everyone, and a warm welcome to Markham, Canada for the 2018 BWF World Junior Championships. We are here at the Markham Pan Am Center, home to the 2015 Pan Am Games badminton event, located just outside of north of Toronto and an hour and a half by the spectacular Niagara Falls. Rackets are swinging and shuttlecocks are flying. We're here at the 20th edition of the World Junior Championships. 50 countries, 433 athletes from all 5 BWF Continental Federations are gathered here to battle it out. I'm Charmaine Reed, and I'm happy to be here with Mike DeBell, the 3-time national champion. And let's take a look at the order of play for today. Starting off with the mixed doubles, we have Indonesia. They took out the number seeds, Gao and Liu, in the third round earlier. It's Fernando and Jamil against China, Sheng and Zheng. And then we have the women's singles. It's China, number 4, Wei Yixin, against Denmark, the European champion, Lena Christopherson. Then it's a men's singles. It's number 1 in the world. It's the number 1 seeds from Thailand, Kunlavat Vitasarn versus India, Laksha Sen from the Asian champion, the number 4 seeds. Then it's a women's doubles. It's the number 3 seeds from Malaysia, Tan and To, versus Indonesia, the number 2 seeds, Kusuma and Sugiarto. And then to finish it off, it's the men's singles. It's China, Li Shifeng, the number 3 seeds, against the powerhouse from Japan, Kodai Naruko. Well, it's the first one. It's a mixed doubles. Fernando and Jamil. Again, they had a tough one against Malaysia, pulled that one off, and we're looking at the top of it, and Sheng and Chen. Semi-finals of the mixed doubles. At the bottom half, we have Korea versus Indonesia. Well, coming into the court at the Pan Am Center, we have Indonesia to lead the way. Leading the way, Jamil. Very quick. She played amazing doubles the other day as well. Big upset earlier, taking out the number 1 seeds from China. They're not seeded coming into this event. And here you have China to lead the way, Zheng Xian. And her partner, Chen. They're seeded number 8 at this tournament. Just making their way onto court, started off with 8 badminton courts here, and we're down to 2 today for the semifinals. On court for the coin toss.
Okay, we have black or red. Who would like to choose? Red for you.
Well, head to head, it's the first time meeting against
Zhang serving. Who is receiving?
these 4 players.
Receiver. Okay, you receiving? Which side? Okay.
First off, you have the powerful Sheng Chen from China. Very quick, the lefty. They've made it through pretty handily throughout the tournament. Final preparations, you have 2-minute warm-up. And let's take a look. First of all, we have Leo Rolly Fernando, 17 years of age, 172 centimeters tall. Ranking is 22. Kalten, Indonesia, the highest world ranking has been 21. And his partner, And Jamil, 16 years of age, 164 centimeters high. World ranking 141. Kaskar, Indonesia, highest world ranking has been 138. And this is how they reached the semifinals. They've been pushed again against the #1 seeds, Gao and Liu. In the third round, that was a big one, 61 minutes of play. Then Chinese Taipei, 21-15, 21-11, 53 minutes of play. Malaysia, 2 straight games, tough one in the second, 24-22 to pull it off. And then we have China, Chen, 18 years of age, 183 centimeters tall. World ranking is number 10. From Shanghai, China, and his best world ranking is number 10. Partner Zheng Shuxian, 18 years of age, 169 centimeters tall. Well, world ranking is 28, and Shuxian,
Ready
China,
to play.
highest has been number 11. Also very high in the women's doubles. Well, this is a way they've made it to the semifinals. They've had a battle against the Danes. Lundgaard, actually Martin Lundgaard's son is here. 3 games, another 3 games against Denmark. Pulls it off. And yesterday against Indonesia. Well, here's our umpire, Fabio Beto from Italy. And our service judge, Lak Prayai from Sri Lanka. Well, this is a first match for the semifinals, starting off with the mixed doubles. And it's my pleasure to have Mike DeBell, 3-time national champion, with me.
Hey, Charmaine.
On my right, Leo Rolly Carnando and Indacharia Sari Jamil, Indonesia. And on my left, Shang Yi Chen and Zhang Shuxian, China. Zhang Shuxian to serve to Leo Rolly Carnando. Love all. Play.
So on the far side, it's China in red to start it off. Zheng against Sheng,
Service over.
number 10 in the
1.
world.
Love.
Against on the near side in white, it's Carnando and Jamil. So Mike, what do you think coming into this mixed doubles semifinals?
Well, it should be interesting. First of all, with the Chinese team being a lefty and a righty combination, that's going to be interesting to see how the Indonesians play against them, because you're going to have to be aware of where Shang is in the court and that they're hitting not to his forehand as much. I mean, your go-to strategy is to often head to that backhand side, and we just saw one there. That's his forehand, so they're going to have to be careful about that.
2.
Both guys foot right on that front line when they're returning serve, so putting lots of pressure on, and they're even getting back for the long serve.
Service over.
Jamil had no problem with that one.
3-1.
But like you said, both strong teams, both fast. It'd be interesting to see, you know, if we see much difference in styles between these two teams.
Well, definitely the Indonesian duo. They're very quick, very fast with their racket and tricky. And we saw that throughout the tournament, how fast they play. And great defense, always trying to look forward, find the holes, and get on attack.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing about the mixed doubles is you find that the women have great defense usually. And this is the thing, is they're really dangerous. If the guys just tend to go after them when attacking, they get in trouble a lot of times if they don't put the bird in the right spot.
Service over. 4-2.
And even the women on that front line returning serve.
Great lefty, big, powerful smash, and that's what he does so well on the far side.
Service over.
Sheng, he really gets behind it and has a big punch.
Yeah, he's got the power and the height. So much of it is
Over.
serving and return of serving
5,
in doubles and
3.
mixed doubles. So we can see it here, a lot of shorter rallies to begin with, just everybody finding their mark, trying to get comfortable, trying to pop that serve in with someone standing on the front line trying to rush it.
Yeah, and the key is just skimming the net, just barely getting it over and just able to touch that
3.
line. A lot of the time the serves are short actually, but you can't let it drop because you're already moving quick enough. So it's almost a trick to sometimes make it short.
No, it's a good strategy sometimes. If they're leaving that quickly to return your serve, just pop it in short. They're going to run into it. Or they'll let it drop.
7,
Okay, good. That was
3.
a good serve.
And that's out the side too. There is a little bit of a drift we saw earlier in the tournament, a little bit to the left side of the screen actually, and behind the Chinese duo on the backside it's a little faster, so you want to try to hit down, and if you're lifting you have to be careful not to hit it out the back.
Yeah, and I have heard some of the players mentioning it's faster going one direction, front to back as well, and they find in some cases in the course of the week that the birds have been a little fast. So like you said, between the drift, left, right, and front and back, they have to be aware of that in the course of the rally.
5, 7.
Now that was a high smash by Jamal. Placed perfectly.
8, 5.
Yep, varying the height on that smash. So if you're always smashing hard at the same angle, your opponents are going to read into that and be ready for it. So moving it around, not just forehand to backhand side, but different levels, down by the feet, down by the knees, even waist and shoulder height throws them off. You got to keep them guessing, otherwise they get into a rhythm for your smash, no matter how hard it is.
There it is, great defense, always trying to find those holes, and that's what the Indonesians do so well, really
9,
gripping up nice and high,
5.
finding those holes.
Yeah, and we can see Jamil at the net. She's not just attacking and blocking. She's trying to set things up for Carnando to be able to finish off the rallies.
Through the legs, gets it back, barely. Pounces at the net.
Good kill by
Over 6.
Good kill by Zhang.
9.
Nice and steady at the back. Good doubles player, so she knows she can also hit hard, but just waiting for that opportunity to come into the net quickly like we just saw.
Great patience, really patient shot making by Zhang, sort of
7,
patiently at the back,
9.
Not rushing things. Sometimes when the woman's at the rear court, she gets a little bit uptight wanting to get to the net sooner, and you could just see her just popping it down the middle, nice safe shot, waiting for the rally to move around so that she can get into the net or to create an opening for them to win the rally. And she's on the net really, really quickly on the net. She's setting up some good pressure now.
Well, Sheng, again, with that big left
8,
hand, comes down so quick.
9.
If you don't have the depth, right into his hand, puts it away. 18 years of age on the far side.
I always find it's an advantage. Well, not that I'm a lefty, but I think it's a disadvantage when you're playing a lefty-righty combination if you're the opponents. You always have to be aware of that who's the lefty, who's the righty, and where you're placing it. You can't just, autopilot for a lot of players is just to go to that standard right-handed person's backhand corner.
Exactly, you do usually get one or two quick points. If you have to always focus, is that your forehand or backhand, especially in the mix, that mid-court shot.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it's so fast coming. If it's his forehand, usually you do get a few points in there. Again, a short attack. She can pressure on. Oh, it was there at the net. Jamel puts it in the net. You watch her floating, though, at the front of the net. Just watch her placement. She's placing it perfectly. She goes cross on that, so she's reading it nicely, gets there, but not enough.
And I like the fact that Zhang's not just lifting. I mean, she's really not automatically, when she's in trouble, just lifting the bird up and
11-10
and giving Carnando a chance to attack. She's trying to keep the bird down and take the attack to them and go after them on it.
Yes, exactly, and great serves there. Now China's leading the way. It's 11-10 into the break, 8 minutes of play.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. (11-10). Play.
Well, China leading the game just by 1 point. It's 11-10 in the first half of play. Let's tie it back up at 11 apiece. Knew it was going to be a battle. The Indonesians took out the #1 seeds earlier in this tournament. It was the third round. Gao and Liu were #1 in the world. They really dominated in the team event, and they went down. They won the first 13-21, 21-15, and then 21-15.
So no doubt the Chinese coaches have been watching this Indonesian team and had some good advice for Shang and Zhang before they went out there. I thought the Chinese team was a little tentative in the first half there. They took a little while to get going, but they look like they've sort of found their feet now and are going after things a little bit more aggressively.
Again, the lifts are short there. They need to find that back line. Good placement, though. Beautifully read. That's what she does. So, Jamel, if you again, I'm impressed the way she moves around on court. She's in the right spots. She's very clever in setting herself up.
Yeah, she anticipates really well. And I think that's what a lot of it is. She seems to be placing the bird in a certain spot, and she knows where to go ahead of time. And as a result, she's taking the bird high, and you can see the Chinese having to back off because of it. And really good serving. That's the thing you notice. You'll see in any of these teams that have made it to the semis, they're all going to be really steady, good, short double servers.
14.
I mean, you can't get to this level and not have a serve that's rock solid.
No, hours and hours of practice. That's so important, especially in the juniors. If you have a good serve, it makes a big difference. On the far side, if you have somebody 6 feet tall, kind of standing, breathing down your neck, it really helps your doubles game. I noticed when I was playing every once in a while, I play the mixed. And to play a guy on the other side, it really puts that added pressure on.
Yeah, I never liked playing tall people. I had a partner once, he was 6'7". It was great. He just took everything, and I could just sort of hover around the net. It's a definite advantage to have a tall, strong hitter.
And then again, Jermil at the net, beautifully placed.
Service over.
Yeah, she's really, to me at this point, like you're saying, she's taken control a bit of this second half anyways, of this first match. She's really sort of stepped it up and playing more strategically. And really good placement because she hits a few hard, the Chinese back off a bit, and then she'll place these softer shots mid-court or to the net, and it's just keeping them on their toes, keeping them guessing.
15-12.
Well, Indonesia, they have the Olympic mixed doubles champion. Liliana Nat's here, and she's going to retire, and there's going to be a gap for a while. So she's dominated the mix for many, many years. World champion, Olympic champion, she's won it all. So talking to Suzanne the other day too, there's a little bit of a gap, but maybe the girl on court might be filling it.
Well, they're doing the job right now, that's for sure.
16-12.
Sheng and Zhang are trying to come back at them, trying to look for a hole to back them off and put some pressure on them, but the Indonesians are holding strong so far.
Yeah, just, yeah, thank you.
See Sheng feeling like maybe he's getting a bit of emotion there from Carnando.
Yeah, so
he's complaining about his serve. He feels like there's emotion, I think.
You cannot see properly, yeah. You were a little bit, yeah, so just move half, yeah.
It's the preparation to hit that short serve. I think Sheng is finding that Carnando's doing a bit of emotion. It's hard to know when he's actually hitting it.
The 16-12.
Said moving left or right, as long as you're not making that forward motion, that's when the start of the serve is. So he actually can, depending.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what he was. I don't know if he felt like he was giving a bit of a forward motion or what, but whatever he was doing, it looks like he tidied it up. Although Chinese player has to be careful, because if somebody serves to you and you do return it, that's fair game.
It is. It's as soon as you move, you make that move, it's game on.
Yeah. So he's lucky he just didn't get faulted on it.
There, he moved it off the tee again, just moving off the tee, thinking a little bit about his serve, and a fault into the net.
Yeah, maybe it worked, just to have him think about his serve a bit more.
A little bit of mind games in badminton.
Oh, yeah.
Indonesia's leading the score by 4 points. And again, it just seems China's stuck right now, these quick points in favor of Indonesia at the moment.
Yeah, short, quick rallies. You know, I felt like China was coming on at the end of that first half of this game, but Indonesia's regained the momentum for sure. And it's frustrating, you know, there you go again. It's the serve and return of serve, but it gets frustrating when you have these short little rallies that you can't get any momentum on. I think the Chinese are feeling that right now.
Exactly, and it's the first three shots in doubles are so critical. It's a serve, it's a return of serve, and that's the next shot, and that sets up the whole game. Now you lose focus.
Yeah.
Focus isn't there. They're not into the game. They came out flying in the first, and now it's a first game point for Indonesia. It's 20-13.
I think Shang's doing the right thing. I mean, you got to get some rallies going, even if you hit a few smashes, and just to get a little bit of rhythm going, you can see.
And there it is. They take the first game.
First game won by
down a little bit at the beginning of that game, but Indonesia came out strong in the second half and won 21-13 in 14 minutes of play.
second game. Level. Play.
You know, speaking of sides and how the players play, we'll see if it makes a difference here when they switch the sides and if there's a drift that plays into the Chinese team's hands a bit more. Is interesting with the toss. You can sometimes tell just based on what side the players pick. Good
and
first
the big,
rally.
Yeah, big smash again. That's what you want to do because there is a drift, I think, coming towards us. So you want to get on attack. It was a short lift, but he put the pressure on right off the bat. Gets up nice and high, puts it to the ground. Leo Raleigh Carnando won the first game. Tight at the beginning, but took the lead 21-13 to pull it off.
Service over, 1-0.
Well, the Indonesians had a big upset against China, just 17 years of age, Carnando, and partner just 16 years of age, so a very young talent out on court.
It's amazing how good they get at such a young age internationally like this. A few tough mistakes from the Chinese team. They've got to get some momentum going here in the early stages of the second game, because the Indonesians really finished off the first game on a upswing, and the Chinese got to hold them back here. Shang just still having a tough time returning that serve. I think he's.
Or you bend it over a little bit more, or you just move aside. Yeah,
No,
because you're straight in the line.
It doesn't matter.
Thank you very much,
I don't think so. I'm not sure if I agree with the umpire on
And
that one. He's
Leo,
saying it's
Leo,
actually
a little bit
Jamil.
quicker, thank you.
Jamil has to move
Oh,
right to
so-
left. So I really actually I'm not sure if
I think she can go wherever she wants.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. So you're serving in mixed doubles. Usually the men is behind deeper on the serve, and as a girl, you're usually at the front of the net. You can stand anywhere as long as you're not moving and distracting.
I wonder if Shang finds that she's blocking his vision of the bird.
That's what he was saying on that one.
Right.
And it does. It comes right. Some do go right to left, so it's just different. And
Yeah.
he needs to adapt. There's nothing, in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with that.
I don't know if it's thrown him off or
4-1.
if he's just off his game right now and he's looking for something to jump on. Because
Well, it is different. If you watch Carnando when he's serving, he's serving right over Jamel, and
Yeah.
usually it's right or left. But on some of the serves, it's almost coming over top of her.
it is.
Well, a big hammer. That's what he needs to do again. Shang, when
Yeah,
he
he-
gets on
It's
attack,
over
he really can put it to the
2-4.
ground.
And I think that's why he's frustrated, because they know this. When he starts attacking and getting the rallies going, they're winning a lot of them, but they just got to get into that rhythm where he can smash a bit and get going on this. Great block by Jamil.
Yeah, very smart out there. Very good talent.
Service over, 5.
Sure, Liliana
2.
Natsir is watching back at home. She won the bronze medal back in 2002 at the World Junior Championships, Natsir, and then just dominated for many, many years on the scene, so we'll see.
Service over, 3-5.
See if Zhang and Shang can get some momentum going here. You can see Jamil signaling the serve that she was going to do to her partner from behind her back.
Now this time Indonesia on the
Service over,
attack.
6-3.
Yeah, and Zhang's just not quite moving that bird around enough to put Carnando in trouble. He's getting just more and more to attack at her, and she's going to have to move it around a little bit more if she's going to change the momentum in this game. You don't want your opponents who are doing well already to put a lot of smashes at you, and they just feel better and better and gets you more frustrated.
Again, just like you mentioned, just off of his game right now. These mistakes, these are easy mistakes that he probably isn't used to doing, but
Yeah.
Jung just thrown off and has to really shake it off and not worry about the mistakes.
It's tough. I mean, you see it in all levels, but in juniors, I think the emotions go up and down a little bit more, nerves play a little bit more, and it's tough to rattle off those errors.
That time, Fernando with the cutoff at the net.
3.
But the Indonesians aren't giving them any openings. They're not giving them any openings to get in there and get some rhythm going.
And that's the thing. Once you get that pressure on, you want to keep it on. You
Yeah.
don't want to give them any chance because things can flip. So keep pushing, and they're doing it really well. That time, Jung at the net, back, puts it down.
Service over, 4.
I don't know if that was done on
8.
purpose, but sometimes just change whatever it is you're doing. And in this case, Zhang rushed and just stayed at the net and left Zhang at the back. And maybe a shake-up like that just changes things up for both yourselves and your opponents and just break up the rhythm a bit.
Service over, 9-4.
Nine-four.
Great cross court. That's what opens that one up. Gets on attack. Just wide.
Service over, 5-9.
See him looking at the umpire, hoping for an overrule on the line.
Come here, please.
Yeah,
he didn't
Canando.
like that.
Yeah, Canando thought, it might have hit the lane.
I don't
Watch
wanna
this
hear
on the angle.
anymore
It's
what you
hard to
called
see.
before, okay? Just wait 1 second and
Shuttlecock.
that will be fine. Don't
Quick.
let me repeat that. Thank you.
And that's a big thing here is internationally, you'll see it all the time where the players will sort of cheer after they've hit a shot that's close to the line,
5-9.
hoping to offset the linesman's call.
Try to.
And the umpires jump on them pretty quickly for that. They don't want them influencing the line call.
Exactly. You can influence with. Sometimes you're so involved in it and it just comes out, but other times you are trying to influence, I would say. That time, Jamil winning the net.
Yeah.
Service over, 10-5.
You can see Zhang and Zhang looking over at their coaches for some guidance there because the coaches can tell them stuff in between each rally. And they definitely want some advice right now.
Great spot that time. Nice high smash.
Yeah.
Very smart. Nicely placed.
Service
Yeah, Jamil's
over,
got a racket down
6,
around her
10.
knees, hoping for a smash down there. And Zhang hit that shot about shoulder level, it looked like.
Time a wide serve. Try to mix it up. Jamil comes in so quick. Again, great
Service
attack.
over,
Comes across the
11-6.
body of Jung.
Interval.
Indonesia really dominating in the second half.
Yeah, they're just the Chinese are trying to get in there, but they're not getting many openings right now.
Watch us coming across the body. Picks the spot right at the pocket.
It just looks so frustrated.
Well, Indonesia leading the way in the second game. 11-6 in 10 minutes of play.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
Chinese coach looking like he's telling Zhang to stay in at the net, try to push some things down, and it looked like he was telling Zhang to
Thank you.
lift it up and move it to the corners a bit more. I think he just wants to open up the court a bit more on that
11-6.
Indonesian team, just force them to move around and get some
Right.
rallies going.
Yeah, Guangji's Jung, former player as well, now coaching. You'll see a lot of that here at the Junior World Championships.
Yeah, they're down but not out.
Service over, 7-11.
I'm surprised though the Chinese team, they lift the same spot quite often twice. They'll lift to Karnando, he'll smash, and then they'll lift it right back to the same spot, which I always like to move them around a bit more. And I think you lift the first spot, gives them a good smash. They're in position for the second one.
Exactly, you do. You want them to go side to side a little bit off and just always moving, always trying to find those
8,
holes and definitely
11.
picking the spots a little bit better. That's when the mistakes start to happen too, when
Exactly.
you're moving.
I think when they're moving, you're more likely to get a mistake out of your opponent, and especially on the smash. I think you hit it the same spot twice. The first one, they may be a little out of position. The second
8,
time, they're right there waiting
11.
for it. unless they've seen something on a video or they've studied the, Carnando smash and they figure that around the head corner is weak for him, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe it'll make a difference here.
And just a mistake out the side.
We've seen 2 or 3 relatively unforced errors out of Carnando the last few rallies. We've got to be careful here. Won't take much for the Chinese team to get going again.
It's hard when you hit one right off the net like that.
12.
Jung, again, it's almost a short serve, I think, if you could let it play. But on the other side, Jamil's so quick coming in and placing it perfectly. Yeah,
and she's rolling it. I mean, the luck's on her side for sure today.
That time beautifully placed.
Yeah, good block by Zhang. Yep.
Zhang Chushen comes in nice and quick that time. Her racket's up nice and high and just places it beautifully back to the net.
Over 10-12. Thank you.
Well, the Indonesian team, they made the finals at the India Junior earlier this year and semi-finals at the Malaysian International Juniors.
Play. Leo receiving.
In China, they've been switching up partners so that they have different rankings from each other, so different tournaments along the way in the season. That's why in the junior ranking, as a partnership, you don't usually have the same ranking. You'll see their different rankings out on court.
Right, so it's sort of a blend of their results. I think when they're in the junior age levels, they're still trying to find which pairings work well, and I think they're always looking for what they're going to do when they get into the adult age groups.
Take Sheng, for instance. He's had five different partners this year, so always changing him up.
Wow.
Service over, 11,
the Indonesian
13.
Junior Grand Prix earlier this year with Li-Ning.
That was close. If that had gone in, I think the Chinese would have been pretty fed up.
12.
Jamil's been rolling things all over the place off the net. 12-13. The Chinese have fought back, and there's a little bit of a dip in the Indonesians' focus.
That time, Carnando at the net puts it away. Jamil also great doubles player, so he can be patient at the back and looking for that opportunity to put it down.
Yeah, both women in this match are patient at the back. They pop the bird to the center of the court. You can't do much with it. And then their men partners are standing there ready to cut anything off that's weak. And it's worked for both teams.
Do it again. No problem. 14-12.
Oh,
you hit the shuttle twice.
Jung hits it twice. She was there at the net, just kind of got it on her racket. A little smile from her. I'm sure unusual mistake from her. Just her mannerism on court right now. Her head is kind of hanging down, and you can fake it a lot out there. And like you mentioned, they're not into this game. Like they're not being allowed to play.
No, it's and you're right. And in the junior level, especially, you see the body language really. Your opponents can feed off of that. Wow. Great cutoff by Jamil.
Again, just watch his serve.
16.
That time it was out on the
12.
tee and really kind of trying to throw Sheng off. Great defense. Just watch how they choke up on their grip in their defense, especially Indonesians. Very, very loose racket, waiting for the opportunity in the holes.
Good smash.
Excellent, and that's where he's so dangerous. Sheng gets
Service
behind
over,
that, the power
13,
behind that one. Puts it
16.
right to the ground. Now just down by 3.
I think he wants a lot more of those. I think that's the kind of mixed game he wants to play, and the Indonesians up to this point haven't let him. Boy, great rush by Jamil. She is really the, you know, at any point you feel like the Indonesians are slipping,
Service
she
over.
pulls it back for them.
17-30.
Well, these are the stars of the future here out on court. 16 years of age on the far side. Pop that
Service
serve
over.
up though, that pressure again, yeah. On the other side, you know Chung is
14,
so tall.
17.
Comes in nice and quick and puts it right back to the body.
Yeah, it doesn't take much for a serve to be considered a high, not so good serve at this level. You know, an inch, 2 inches, and that's it.
And the net set stands at 5 feet in the middle and just barely over it. That's an easy one out the side too. He knew right away as soon as he hit that.
15-17. No.
Well, Jamil asked for a quick towel down, and the referee says no.
There's lots of opportunities to try to get your opponent to think about their serve a little bit more, break up a point a bit. But you're right, the umpire just won't let her do that right now.
And they're into the net. She
17.
now just down by 1. Yeah, it's up to the umpire. If you want to change the shuttle or ask for a break, it's up to the umpire to say yes or no.
And they're very careful these days to make sure that there's not a delay of game, there's not any of these sort of tactics to throw each other off. You know, they don't like big breaks in these games. But Shang and Zhang are sneaking up here. Their momentum is coming along. They're starting to be a little more consistent, and you can see a few unforced errors coming out of the Indonesian team. It's just going to be a matter of whether the Indonesians can keep the pressure on them and keep the, you know, aggressive shots coming at them to hold off the Chinese team here.
Yeah, she does that so well. Gets her racket up really right spot, right time.
She does, and a less experienced or not as good mixed player would want to just blast that one. You know, it's a big rally. They got a bit of a setup. They want to put it, you know, hammer it to the floor, and she's blocking it. And both Chinese are way back on the court.
And you watch her racket too. She cuts it a lot. She's not just hitting it straight on.
Yeah.
If you watch the angle of her racket, she's very clever. Comes in nice and quick. Tries to get it by her.
Whoa. Oh.
Lucky break for China on that one. Chen really trying to get it past her, but Jamil's all over the court.
17.
A mistake out the side, but watch this. Keeps the pressure on.
Yeah, Shang's not lifting. I mean, he got caught on a short lift to Jamil earlier in the game here, and they're still lifting a little short to her.
Excellent attack that time from Fernando. It was a short lift.
Again.
Goes right across the pocket.
Yeah, he's just standing there waiting for it.
2 points away. They have beaten the #1 seeds earlier from China. Can they beat the #8 seeds now? Took out Gao and Liu. 21-15 in the third. They were favorites. China to win the mixed doubles. Indonesia's trying to slip in.
Well, there's that bit of a slice you're talking about, but took a little bit too much speed off the bird from Jamil.
Over 18,
But again, very impressive. If you're
19
watching,
in
what
the
she's wanting to do is exactly what you're supposed to do.
Yeah. There you see her just trying to, and the smash was coming up a little more around shoulder level, but she was ready for it now. She's adjusted already, just didn't quite get it over. Big point here.
Good serve again from Zheng Xian.
I would have called that serve short.
19.
I mean, Fernando's coming in so quick. That's like you said earlier. I think he's coming in so quickly, he's not able to change up, and that to me looked like it was going to come in short if he left
I agree.
it. But it's smart, 19 all.
just barely gets it back, hits the tape.
Service over.
Fernando a little lucky on this one, but his smash and cross court's doing so well in this match.
19.
Watch how he gets nice and high, puts it cross.
Leo to serve.
But they are giving him a lot to smash at.
Indonesia with their first match point. It's 2019.
2019 play.
37 minutes of play.
No, she's okay.
Jamil's
She's
fired
okay.
up. She's ready to go.
Play on.
Jung trying to put that extra pressure on, waiting a little bit on the serve. Match point.
Block.
China saves the first match point down and out on the ground. Fernando just
over.
barely getting that one back.
Oh,
Stretches, tries between the leg. China now even at 20.
Well, it's tough. He goes up for that first smash. 2019, he knows if he can bury it and get it on the floor, they've won the rally and they've won the match. But good for the Chinese team to be able to block it back and find an opening.
Well, China knows how
Thank you
important
very
this
much.
one is. Number 8 seeds coming into this match. Indonesia didn't have seed.
Yeah, they've surprised a lot of people. But there they are taking a break. You know, making Shang think about that serve. Big serve coming up.
Fernando's 22 on the world ranking right now.
There's that short serve.
That's short.
Yeah.
It's called short from the lines person.
Now, they're arguing that it was in or that she cheered, or that
Thank you,
Jamil
Linda.
cheered,
Thank you.
which influenced them. But
What a big point. Your serve
Service
has
over.
to at least
21,
go over that
20.
line, touch the line, and that was short. Now Indonesia with their second
but
match
very
point.
quick. You wanna
It's
change it?
21-20.
Thank
it's a
you.
ballsy move, leaving that bird at 20 all. Whether you know, leaving it to see if it's in or out.
It is.
He must have suspected that maybe the serve before.
Play.
Exactly.
Maybe he heard us.
Kinda, yeah. That's when you say you're welcome.
Yeah.
Indonesia with match point 21-20. 39 minutes of play. Not quite there. Jung with a big hammer. Again, the lefty. That's what he does so well. He doesn't have so many opportunities to show his smash off, but definitely his strength. Now China, 21 apiece.
Hit.
That was a tough one. It's a broken string, a miss hit right to the ground. The timing wasn't there. Now
22,
China with their first
21.
game point. It's 22-21.
And that's tough. Here you see Fernando block. A little confusion from
Leo,
the
you wanna
Chinese
try
team.
it?
But whether he
Leo.
mishit or whether the string just broke, can't really hit the bird over properly with a busted string.
Well, Jamil
Done.
trying to refocus here. 16 years of age.
Thank you, Inda. Thank you.
Fernando stringing their rackets over 30 pounds. Get a quick hit.
22-21.
China on the near side. Their first game point.
Rush.
Just gets back up,
Wow.
puts it away. Well, Zheng Shouxian, all they needed was one game point to finish that one off.
Shan Yi Chen and Zhang Shouxian, 23-21, one game all.
Well, there's confirmation of the score in the second game. China wins 23-21 in 25 minutes of play.
Well, tough to come back from that sometimes. You think you had a couple match points, you're ready to wrap it all up, and then to lose that closely. We'll see if the Indonesians
Court
come
1,
out
20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
with the same confidence.
Well, back from the 2-minute break at the Markham
Final
Pan Am
game.
Center.
Level. Play.
On the far side, China able to win the second game 23-21. It was Indonesia all the way in the first game, winning that one 21-13. Indonesia had 2 match points
1 love.
in the last game, but China
It's okay.
able to fight their way back into the game and staying alive. Well, the mixed doubles at the World Junior
2
Championships
love.
started with a 128 size draw. They played 104 matches this week.
Leo.
Down to the semifinals.
And the draws are huge here, aren't they?
A lot of badminton, which is good for the players. A lot of that experience. At the bigger tournaments internationally, you have a 32 draw. You have qualifying in a 32 draw, so you don't get as many matches for sure.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, Shui Chen, 4 hours and 47 minutes before today he's been on court. So it just shows how many matches you get throughout the week.
Oh.
And there's a few of these players who are playing more than one event, which you don't see as much anymore internationally. Good spot by Candido.
3.
Shang Chen, the Chinese lefty that's out there right now, he's got men's doubles after this later on today too. So there's a few. I think there's 3 players we have that have played more than one event in this tournament.
In the semifinals, but yeah, you still see a lot of the doubles and the mixed doubles that they still play 2 events. But yeah, quite some years ago it was the singles and doubles they used to play,
Yeah.
and you never see that anymore. Although you see the Thailand in the juniors, he's actually playing the singles
4,
and the doubles, which
2.
is incredible. The number 1's Vita Sarn, we'll see him later on. So pretty impressive, but on the Open Tour, you wouldn't play the singles and the doubles.
The draws are too big, the matches are too long, and it just takes too much out of you now.
Yeah, physically it's very difficult. Well, it was the pressure on the other side, Shang Chen. You could feel him coming into the net. So even if
Service
you're not,
over.
you don't play
3,
that shot, even if you're
4.
going towards that and you put that pressure on, it's so important.
Yeah, it just tightens up your opponent. They see you racing in, you're like, eesh, they got to do something with this. And you can see she sort of tightened up, which we haven't seen much of her. Jamil showing any sign of nerves much so far in this match.
And that time finds the back line. Again, it's a different angles. You don't always want to hit hard and sharp. It's going up on people's bodies, and you always want to try to get your opponent guessing. Almost sailed out the back,
Yeah.
stays in.
It does have a feel like it's probably going out. You let it go when it is around that shoulder height, but just pulled it down. Jamil just didn't hit it that hard and kept it in.
Coach defense gets back up. Jung, though, all over the net on that one. Puts it to the ground.
Well, she's starting to read Jamil a little bit better than she did the
Service over.
first
4,
2 games.
5.
Yeah, Jamil was looking cross on that one.
Thank you.
Jung Shou-Xian.
Thank you, Leo.
Her
Umpire
best
giving them a little bit more on the way of breaks as they get into this 3rd match or 3rd game.
4, 5 in the receiving.
Well, Jung on the far side, as you mentioned, her best world ranking was 11th in the mix, but in the women's doubles, she was ranked number 5. She's sitting at number 13 at the moment.
Like you said, hard to figure out because they mix around so much with different partners. Oh.
Good setup, though. It was Jamil going down. When in doubt, you drop down the middle. They were guessing on the far side.
5-0.
Jung just barely getting it back. Watch this. Whose is it? Great setup, but pulls it too much and wide.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that hurt.
Yeah, it's almost like a gimme point. You can see Zhang backing off further and further away from the net. Court's wide open, but Candido just missed it. There's that spot again. Jamil just changing it up. Sometimes down at the knees, sometimes up around the shoulders, and Zhang's having a hard time figuring out where it's coming.
.49 minutes of play. Indonesia takes the first game 21-13, and then China fought back 23-21. Now with a 2-point lead. You see a little bit more momentum. Jamil needs to.
7-5.
It was so close in the second. They hit with 2 match points. You need to refocus. You have to forget about it. Now we're into game 3 and start fresh and get back into it.
Yeah, and you know, she's doing it well. I think both her and Candido, you could see a bit of a letdown in the beginning of that third game. I mean, they had 2 match points, so there's a little bit of a, we almost had it, but it's sometimes tough to come back.
And that's what we were talking about before, that lefty right there. You're so quick coming in, sometimes you forget. His forehand right there goes cross.
Yeah, I find when a lot of times you get into that third game, you've been out on the court, like you said, 49, 50 minutes, you get a little soggy mentally sometimes, and you start to go to a little on autopilot once in a while, and that's the spot you go to, which would be a a right-handed player's backhand.
I don't know if we're all that normal with the right hands either. Beautiful placement that time from Jung. Gets Fernando again down on the floor.
7-0.
China able to tie it back up at 7 apiece. Watch this, reaches out. Beautifully placed.
She's definitely further ahead of the net. I feel like she's a little bit more confident up there, and she's, instead of backing up, which she seemed to be doing the last 2 games, she's definitely, whether it's their shots or just her confidence, she's stepping up closer to the net and putting more pressure on the Indonesian team. And she's just playing a little bit more confidently, I think, by this third game.
Well, Sheng and Jung had played Indonesia yesterday as well and pulled that one off 21-15, 24-22. So that was a really
looks like we have an injury break here for Candido. I don't know if he rolled his ankle or if he's cut himself. Looks like he's maybe slightly rolled an ankle. Looks like they have the spray freeze going on there.
Yes, you're allowed a quick break. You get the freeze going. Try to play again.
He's got a fair bit of tape holding them together already, so.
Well, the doctor on court right now, he's also an official, but he came here and they needed another doctor. You have 2 doctors on court from Poland, so Oskowski is out doing double duty, I guess, but nice. As an official, he's not here as an official. He originally came as one, as an umpire, but now he's one of the doctors. And our deputy referee from Mauritius also came out.
Okay.
Hasnakan. I was just talking to him. I played in Mauritius probably about 6 years ago at the Mauritius Open. A beautiful place to see and play. It was a bit hot, but.
I think the players might enjoy that more than our wintry Canada November, but.
I think they're having a bit of fun if you watch a lot of these players out there. We had our first snowfall, so they're making snowballs, and some great videos if you can catch some of these players. Well, the racket went, his string is broken, Fernando.
Service over.
You keep playing. Sometimes there's a quick shift of the racket, but now they're in the lead by 8-7. A little mishit. If you see where you hit the strings too, if you're off, because they string so tightly, is if you're not hitting the sweet spot, which is right in the middle, the racket really breaks quickly, and he hit that one up near the top.
And as an opponent, you can hear that. So once you hear that ping on your opponent's racket, you want to get it back to them, because it's hard for them to hit that second shot with busted strings. The broken strings don't allow you to hit a clean shot. So.
Yeah, exactly. Clean shot. You still want to try, and sometimes you you bring your shot up a little bit from the net, because if not, then it goes into the net. So you have to adjust. You can play a few points, but yeah, it's not as good for sure. Very smart from Jamil. Again, really mixing it up. Now she's on her game again. You can see it differently now. She's thinking out on court.
Is that smash by Candida? Yeah, good hard hit by Jamil, and it just keeps Zhang a little bit further back than she wants to, and so she can't get the block.
Yeah, it's not all about the power, it's about the placement as well. So it's hard when you're hitting hit, but if you're able to take the pace off it and look for those holes. Great net exchanges. Nobody wants to give away the lift. There it is.
There it is, yeah. Good cat and mouse rally, blocking back and forth. Who's going to give it away first? Chinese team did, and Carnando jumped all over it.
Yeah, exactly. The power. That's where you get a lot of the powers in your fingers and your forearms. And if you just watch, especially Indonesians, the fingers are so strong. He snaps it cross court. Now up by 2.
Not quite deep enough.
Well, it was Zheng Shu Qian that really set that nicely up for her big smashes from the back. Right here, sets her partner up. It's a short lift. Down with authority.
Yeah, you don't want to do a short lift with Zhang. He's got the height and the power.
Oh, Fernando, that time, big smash down the line on that. Zheng, too much, sprays it out the side. Watch this, beautiful net at the net.
Short lift. They're lifting short, both teams, from, you know, in quite a few instances during these rallies.
And there's a confirmation in the third game. Indonesia leads away by 2. It's 11-9, 14 minutes of play.
"20 seconds, 20 seconds. Coach, return to your chairs. Thank you.
Well, you saw Amon from Indonesia, the coach for the mixed doubles, comes out, gives a lot of pointers.
Thank you, guys.
You can coach in between the rallies. The coaches are allowed, not like tennis. We saw the U.S. Open a little few. But in badminton, it's changed over the years. A long time ago, you weren't allowed to coach, and they just opened it up because, you know, it was happening in the stands. And so now you're allowed coaches behind the court in between breaks and in between the games as well.
I do think you can get more of that information. That 2 minutes, people are focused. They have a little bit of time to relax and really hear what you're saying. In the course of the rallies or in between rallies, it's sometimes hard to get your point across very, very easily.
Well, again, it's that Zheng coming to the net quickly. If you watch, he puts that added pressure on, and Fernando, I think, could feel it on the other side and puts it into the net.
Spot. Good placement. Really good placement by Zheng.
11-all.
And like you said, he's in position there after hitting. He stays at the net, doesn't back off.
Yep.
And that's a lefty right there. He can come down straight. He knows the power and follows through nice and straight. So now
11-0.
China ties it up at 11. It was 11-9 going into the break. 2 quick points, he evens it off.
Service over, 12-11.
Good block by Candito. And again, that around the head side, he's been pretty solid there. I know the Chinese team is going off to that side a fair bit, but he hasn't made too many mistakes out of there yet.
Oh, both going for that. You hear the clash of the rackets.
Service
Undecided on
12
who to take it.
Zhang, change that shuttle and don't squeeze it. Change. Yeah. Change.
Well, the umpire said do not squeeze it. If you squeeze it, it actually speeds up the shuttle. So on the Chinese side, you're not supposed to do it. You can get a card for that. So he caught it, so that was quite good.
And I think we all have a habit of sort of smoothing out the feathers, which again changes the speed. And umpire just said change it over.
Yeah, good call by him, actually, to get right up on top of it.
13-12.
Well, fighting their way back, evens it off again at 13 apiece.
13-0.
59 minutes of play.
And there we had Shang again playing on his forehand side and staying at the net, keeping that pressure on.
Indonesia has won this title last year.
14-13.
Good block by Shang, and Zhang staying right at the net, keeping that pressure on.
Definitely right spot to do it, but unfortunately out the side. She knows what to do, but now she's making these little mistakes.
No, you're right. It was the right spot to put it. She knew where it was, and probably would have won the rally with it, but just got to keep it in play. Can't put that bird out on an easy rally like that.
And this is when you have to mentally think a little bit more too. Now you're a little tired going into 60 minutes of play. You have to cut down on these mistakes.
And I don't think the Indonesians have been in this situation where they're down 2 points. I think the Chinese have been trailing pretty much the whole match. You see that body language. The Chinese team's getting more pumped.
Play.
Well, Zheng Xu that time coming in nice and quick. They're asking for a change of shuttle.
16-30. No.
Zheng says, no, we don't want to change. They're trying to.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Leo.
Oh, a card. Possibly a card.
Yeah. Thank you, Leo.
He's into his pocket.
Leo Rolly Carnando, warning for misconduct.
So Fernando wanted to change the bird. The Chinese team did not want to change, and he kept pushing, even though the umpire said, no, we're going to go with the same bird, and you can't do that. They're very strict here. You either follow the rules or you get the wrist slap pretty quickly. Good smash.
Big, powerful smash that time, straight down the line.
Service over.
Indonesia now just down by 2 points.
Now the Chinese team is asking to change the bird. And of course the Indonesians now say no. It's that little psychology back and forth.
Jamil now to serve to Sung-Yi Chen. Fernando with a huge smash cross court. That's the one that set it up. Looking for those holes.
15-16.
Well, I do think the Indonesians use the court a little bit better at times. They move the attackers side to side a little bit more, and I think they've realized that they've got to move Shang side to side a bit more if they're going to create some openings. And for a while they were going straight at him down the one side, and I think they realized we've got to move him side to side if we're going to lift to him.
But he counterattacks so well cross court. Yeah, like you mentioned, you find those holes, and then he's really stretching on the way out, and then that's the thing in doubles. You always want to try to open up the holes, open up the spots, and really get the players moving on court.
15-16.
Well, Indonesia was leading at the half in the third game, 11-9. Now they're just trailing by 1 point. 42 minutes of play. Well, it's not over till it's over.
Yeah.
Indonesia hitting the tape again on that. 16 apiece.
Yeah, Jamil hits her fair share of net rolls. Boom.
Three points in a row for Indonesia.
Wow. You see the nerves here.
Again, moving that serve. It's not always at the tee. Moving it just enough to throw Shang off on that one. Very smart from Jamil.
No, you're right. You serve to the same spot. Everyone gets in a rhythm. You move it over a foot or so across that front line, and all of a sudden it's a little change up they're not ready for. Another roll.
That time, Chen hits the tape hard enough, bounces over the net.
17-all.
China now.
Thank you.
And again, going back to what you said earlier, those three shots. It's the first three shots are so big, and you can see it here in the later stage of this game, this match. It's serve and return to serve. We've had so many of those 2 or 3 shot rallies here.
17-all.
And over again. Like if you want to be at this level, a lot of practice. Those are the three. You see Denmark, you see England. Videotaping the first 3 shots are so critical.
Jamil's hugging the net there. She just doesn't want to give them an in at the net, just keeping that pressure on. And Shang and Zhang trying to, as a result, having to play it that much tighter, and she's just not letting them get in there. On it again. Yeah, she's just ready for it.
Into the net, a fault on the serve. Thinking took a little longer on his serve that time. 18 apiece. Oh, this time, Chen, it's a pressure on these players. You just have to skim the net, put it over. You don't see many flicks, actually. I think I would throw in a flick, a high serve, because they're both, all 4 players are rushing the net so quick, and I haven't seen a flick. It's time to do it just to keep them keep them honest. 19-18 now, Indonesia leading. Chen tries to put it right back to the net. Too tight.
20,
gives Indonesia
match point. 18.
Their first match point. It's 2018 for Indonesia. The winner goes into the finals of the World Junior Championships.
It's a game of nerves at this point.
Great net shot. Smash down the middle.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
It was sitting there.
Tough though. The shot before wasn't quite at her. It was kind of between Jamil and Carndito. And it was a tough one to go after. See, there it is. Little off balance, and then she's stepping in.
20.
You could call it a setup, but I don't know. She's reaching for it.
Yeah, a little bit too far in front of her, tries to and puts it into the net.
Yeah.
Saves 1 match point. Indonesia still has another one.
Serving at 19-20. Ugh. I never liked that spot.
No, Indonesia, it's always fun to play there. They know the pressure they have in Jakarta. That's my favorite place to play, and you can hear the crowd right beside me. They're trying to get them going.
19-20.
Big point. Jung-Chu Chen to serve.
Ready?
So is this where you'd flick?
Now it's to Fernando. I don't know if I would do it to Fernando now because he's so quick going back on the smash.
Oh, there you go.
And they did it. Indonesia pulls it off. Second match point in the third game, and they were able to do it.
Unseeded team makes it to the finals.
Indonesia delight. Look at this, Jamil, big smiles, happy. Big hug to the coach. Barely pulls it off in the third.
Jamil, so smart, so tactical out there and held it together. There's that rush by Fernando, perfect spot. Serve is a little high.
Match won by Li-Ning and Indonesia.
Well, Indonesia into the first finals.
21-23, 21-19.
The mixed doubles. Very happy by both these players. They upset the #1 seeds earlier, another Chinese team. Now they took out the #8 seeds as well. Big smiles, hard work, 68 minutes of play. Fernando and Jamel are into the finals tomorrow. Here's confirmation of the score. They won the first game, 21-13. China fought back hard, won the second game, 23-21, and Indonesia pulls it off in the third game, 21-19, into the final. Here's the order of play again. We just saw an amazing mixed doubles. Indonesia pulls it off in 3 games. It was 21-19 in the third, and it's Fernando and Jamil to pull that one off. Up next, we have a women's singles from China, Wei Yishen versus a Danish European junior, Lena Christopherson. She's a champion over in Denmark. And then we have a men's singles from Thailand, the #1 seeds versus the #4 seed. Then it will be men's doubles, women's doubles, Malaysia versus Indonesia. It's Tan and To and Kusuma and Sugiarto. Well, here's the women's singles, the quarterfinals draw. We're looking at the bottom half now. It's the semifinals, China versus Denmark. We have the number 4 seeds versus Denmark, the number 13th seed. And to lead the way, Lena Christopherson. A few scares this week. She had match point against her a few times, 3 times earlier in this draw, and able to pull it off. She's had some battles out on court, and every time just seeing it stronger and stronger. Well, there you have Chen from China, the number 4 seeds. Had a little bit of an easier time. She's a lefty. We're into the semifinals of the women's singles. We're at the Markham Pan Am Center. Started off with 8 courts, now we're down to 2. And here's the coin toss, head to head. It was a close one, 22-20 at the German Open. And Wei up 1-0.
Okay. You serve. Okay. What side? She serve. This court. You serve or receive. Okay. Right. You.
Little confusion. You can
Left.
pick serve or side,
side.
and
Yeah.
Wei Chen won the coin toss, pointed to the side, so she possibly could take the side. So we have a 2-minute warm-up before the game, but here we have Wei Chen, 18 years of age, 174 centimeters tall, ranking 5. Best world ranking was number 4 from Hunan, China. Well, here's a way that she's reached the semifinals. She had a hard time in the quarterfinals. It was 21-18. It was 71 minutes of play against Park. The other ones were 2 straight games. So definitely pushed in the quarterfinals. Spent 2 hours and 35 minutes out on court. And there you have Lena Christopherson, 18 years of age, 174 centimeters tall. Her ranking's 15. Her highest ranking was number 6 from Diana Lund, Denmark. A small town, actually. And now she's in Copenhagen, training quite a bit there. Here's her way onto the semifinals. That's where she was pushed against Sweden. 21-13, fought back. 19-21, she was down 3 match points. Pulled it off 22-20, 51 minutes of play. Then against Thailand, she beat the number 2 seeds in 36 minutes. And then yesterday it was Malaysia, 42 minutes, 23-21, 23-21. She's been out on court for 2 hours and 40 minutes. And here's our umpire for today, Bertha Garcia from Peru. And our service judge, Maria Hustler from Guatemala. Well, there are some warm-up courts just beside this venue. There's been 3 just next door, and they come over on this side. This is where the Pan Am
Ready to play.
Championships happened back in 2015. Final preparations, change of the shuttlecock. Women's singles has changed over the years. It was always a high, long serve. You'll see they switched up quite a bit. You'll see a lot of short serves going on as well. In the men's singles, you usually do the short serves. It's an attack. You want to get on the attack as quick as possible, so they're not really putting it to the back of the courts anymore.
Of course, the first 2 serves they practice is the long serve. It's like commentator's curse.
Yeah.
But you're right, it should be interesting because Christopherson's so tall, you're not going to want to give her a lot to shoot at to begin with. So it'll be interesting to see if Wei uses a lot of long serves or if she goes to those short serves more often.
Justin Wei, China. And on my left, Lena Christopherson, Denmark. Lena Christopherson to serve. Love, play.
Well, on the far side, it's Lena Christopherson in white and red from Denmark. Tall, powerful player. That's what she likes to do. She's quick coming to the net. She mixes it up so well, and mentally she's tough. You can really push her hard, and she's battled it out this last week. But you have on the near side in blue, it's Chen. Very strong number 4 coming into this, and lefty. Bit of a different style, unusual the way she hits her shots, but she's quick and her forehand is very good coming to the net. So very tricky, a hard time in this, and I see this to be a battle, Mike.
No, I agree. You know, I find sometimes the players, on the one hand, they've had a tough way to the semi or the final. Sometimes it makes them stronger by the time they get there. If you've had an easy cruise to your big matches, you haven't really been tested. And Christopherson especially, like winning yesterday 23-21, 23-21. She's had a rough fight all the way here, and she might be a little tired, but I think she's, like you said, mentally strong and ready to go. But and you're right, Wei's got a very different type of a swing. Being a lefty, I find them a little harder to read anyways as an opponent, but that swing might make it a little more challenging as well for Christopherson.
Beautiful net shot. Just tumbles over, but yeah, if you watch her shot at the end, it's actually hard to see. It's very different from the other Chinese players that we've seen come up. There's so many. Their depth is phenomenal in China, but just being able to read her shot, it is very difficult. Tries to go cross on that too much. Again, you watch Lena Christopherson, she comes so quick to the net. So she was there, she uses her height great.
No, she does, and at the rear court too, she takes the bird quickly and high and really doesn't give you much time to get ready for the next shot. Punches a lot of those fast clears behind her opponent and then goes for the quick slice to the net. So it's a lot of court to cover, and it's fast. And I think Wei will be, she's aggressive, but I think a lot of her game will be centered around keeping the bird in play and returning a lot of those attacking shots from Christopherson, and possibly wearing her down and then coming at her herself. But it's almost two different styles there.
Well, Christopherson is a European junior champion, and she's also won the Danish Junior Cup this year. She was second in the Open in the Italian International, so she's not only just playing the junior tournaments. You see her playing the Open, the Swedish Open as well. She reached the round in the quarterfinals. So to get a ranking here, they take your best 7 results. You're allowed 3 Open tournaments, so she only has 6 tournaments on her her ranking, and that's why it's probably 15. But I see her as a stronger player.
Well, and that explains some of the upsets you'll see from time to time in these tournaments, because some people are seeded based on points, not necessarily exactly correlating to their skill level. They're all going to be pretty good, but you see that a fair bit where it depends on the tournaments you played and what points you got.
Exactly. In Japan, actually, they have a really big team here, but they didn't play as many junior tournaments, so they don't have rankings. So probably they could have went a lot farther than they did, but they had some hard against Korea or Indonesia first rounds where they could have been semifinalists at least.
Right.
5-3.
Well, you do have to play that game a bit and make sure you get the points to get the seed. Otherwise, you are going to be bumping up against one of the top world players too early in the draw for it to allow you to get very deep into the draw before you play one of those players. Great backhand by Wei.
Yeah, very impressive.
4-5.
A lot of snap on that one. Well, Wei Chen made 2 finals this year, the Dutch Junior and the Korean Junior, and 3 semifinals. It was Indonesia, German, and the Badminton Asian Championships recently. She made the semifinals.
Both players finding their way right now, trading off attacking shots. There's that long serve.
And that's out the back again. A little drift behind Lena Christopherson. She knows that she's played here quite a bit already during the week, but it's that little extra drift. If you're going to lift, be careful of the back line. Either you have to go up a little higher or take the pace off.
There it is again.
Yeah, that was just angle on that one too, though. She knew she was there.
7,
Reaches in.
5.
But same thing.
Just
It's
carries
a
it a bit, you know. You need gravity to bring that bird in, and sometimes that drift just is just a little bit more than you want.
Great cross-court net. Puts it to the back again. Both really trying to find that back line. Oh.
Good dig. You know, this is the thing I like about you get up to this
Service
level
over.
and
6,
a really good clear
7.
to someone's backhand, deep in the backhand. They look like they're in trouble, but they're able to get it over and do a really good shot, whereas the next level below, that's the point.
And it doesn't have to be tight to the net too. Even like how fast it was there. It came across the net, just nice and quick to get her back into the game.
Yeah, and Wei, you know, can't do anything with that one. Good block. Miss Christopherson taking a little bit of speed off that clear just to keep it in. Good adjustment.
7 on.
Well, talking to the coaches yesterday, very happy with the result. Semi-finals. She does want more, though. They said surprised a few coming through. 13th seed
7.
here. The angle just goes out the side on that one. Comes at the body.
Service over.
Again, Wei really trying to work her way into the rallies.
Again, Wei going for that long serve. She seems to have decided she wants to keep Christopherson on the back line a bit more.
I think she knows Christopherson's really dangerous coming to the net, coming in
9,
quickly, so you need to get her
8.
right to the back. And when it goes up so high and comes straight down, it is hard to attack. It's more the different angles that...
No, I agree. And you're right. She is really heading into the net quickly. I think she's just got that extra height and long legs, and she can take it on one less step than the rest of us.
Sometimes it's easier. The longer reach, flexibility, agility.
That is her killer shot if she gets it in. It's that
10,
pushing her opponents around the
8.
back, moving them around, and then going for that cross-court forehand slice.
And that sits right in the corner. Well, Wei wanted it, tried to influence the linesman a bit, but the call was in.
10.
Oh, it's great. A lot of the juniors are around here coming into the event as well to watch their teammates, but also a great learning experience here.
It's a huge education. You know, where I'm coaching, I'm trying to encourage as many of my kids to come and watch these matches, because
10.
you can watch it on
Oh.
TV, which is great. But if it's in your city and you can watch it in person, I think you pick up a lot of things that
Okay.
you can use in your own game. So you're right, it's nice to see some of the juniors, local juniors, coming to watch these matches.
Oh, great cross court. The Dane leads the way
Service
into the
over.
first half.
11, 10, interval.
8 minutes of play. It was the cuts to the net that she is so clever doing. There's confirmation of the score, 11-10 for Denmark. Again, just watches her cuts, places it perfectly, goes cross, takes the point.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
Well, there we have the shuttlecocks in a tube. You usually have 12 shuttles in a tube.
11,
And they go through a lot of them in these tournaments, depending on how much smashing is going on and how long the rallies and matches are, but they can go through a tube or two
over,
per match.
All.
China now ties it up at 11 apiece. Well, right thought by Wei, tries to go cross court on that too much, pulls it just out the side.
12, 11.
Good idea, going for the corners. I mean, she's got to keep Christopherson moving around the court. She doesn't want to go at her body too much because Christopherson's waiting for a lot of those. And Christopherson cross courts a fair bit, so it does open up the other side of the court.
Powerful smash right down the line.
13.
2-point lead
11.
this time, but watch it. Righty lefty goes straight down both forehands.
I think Wei slightly mishit that clear, and I don't think she's going to get away with short clears against Christopherson. Christopherson's just too tall and cuts them off too quickly.
Coach Shu Weilun.
Wow, she gets in fast, Christopherson. She really does.
And that's her game, yeah. She is
Yeah.
always looking to the net, always keeping that pressure on. So
There's that reach. It's a good combination. She's in the net. She's taking them almost overhead at times. And then when Wei tries to get
14,
past her and clear to the rear
11.
court, Christopherson's able to cut it off, at this point anyways.
and
So-
she does have that power, so she can cheat a little bit. You watch her base too. It's a little bit closer to the net. She has enough time to go back, but just watch her base too. It's forward. Beautiful shot that time by Wei. Really makes her reach at the net.
Service over.
She almost has to make her
12,
stop and go, and that's the
14.
key way. If Christopherson is nice and smooth going around the court, you have to just hold that little second just to throw her off.
Yeah, you know, some net holds or some kind of deception to, like you said, to force Christopherson to pause in that center. That'll slow her down a bit because right now she's just cruising around a little too comfortably. Easier said than done.
Yeah, Lena Christopherson, she trains at the national team in Brøndby in Denmark about 3 times a week, and at Peter Gaeta's academy as well about 3 or 4 times a week. So a lot of badminton going on, and really loves it. You can really push her. Look how quick she comes in,
Yeah.
goes cross, beautiful shot.
Service over.
Great movement.
15, 12.
Comes in nice and high. Again, so quick coming to the net. Beautifully placed cross court.
A good anticipation considering Wei cross court drove out of that corner a few rallies earlier, but you know, she's got good length on her clears right now. Christopherson does. She's really moving Wei around. Great
Again,
backhand.
what a backhand,
Yeah.
eh, to see, especially in the women's games. That's one of our weakness. We go around the head a lot, but she uses her backhand, goes cross on that. Excellent shot.
16, 12.
Yeah, good safe shot, down low, can't do much with it. Well, she's the steadier of the 2 players so far at this point.
I always remember watching Thomas Stewart from Denmark over the years. He was #1, but the way he put the drop shot, it was always his backhand. He would nice,
12.
flat, fast drop shot, and really, again, got right back into the match after that.
Which, like you said, oftentimes that's the one that gets you in the most trouble. But if it's just a safe shot, comes down with enough speed, they can't do much with it.
Oh, but if you go a tight one, sometimes they can spin it on the
Yes.
other side. So sometimes tight isn't
Service over.
necessarily always good.
No, I
13,
agree.
17.
Well, Wei places it there. She goes cheating in on that one. Just holds it. That's what I was talking about. Just hold that little bit just to throw Lena off.
It's her first short serve in a while.
That's out the side. Again, forehand. They're trying to battle it out, righty-lefty.
17.
Now the European champion on the far side. Last year of juniors, she's 18. That's just out the side. These mistakes, these are the ones that are so critical right now.
Yeah, they're the game
17.
changers. You've got to keep that pressure on, and you can see Wei's changing up. She's done a short serve, a bit of a flatter drive serve, just trying to throw Christopherson off of her rhythm.
Well, against Schwarty from Sweden in the second round in the women's singles, she had 3 match points down, actually, Lena, and she was leading that game 15-11 in the third. Then she got nervous. Then the Swede came back and had a few match points, and Lena Christopherson said, okay, just have to be steady, 1 point at a time, and she pulled it off.
Yeah, everybody has their different strategies for reining in the nerves. Some like to rally it out and just sort of run around and get a bit tired. You know, some reverse the score in their head to make it mentally, you know, adjust the way they're feeling. But it's a big part of the game in juniors and adults, is reining in those nerves and trying to get your best game out of yourself.
Oh, absolutely. Not always physical. It's a lot mentally as well on court. And that time out the back, a break. That's what she needed, Lena Christopherson. Wei Chen really trying to change tables, but this time goes out the back of the court.
And Christopherson, as good as she's coming at her, it's not like she's backed off and said, oh, I've made a few mistakes, I better ease up. That's what Wei wants her to do. She's still coming at her. Drive serve.
Down on the ground, oh, couldn't get back up in time. I think she wasn't sure if that was going out or not, so she just plays it at the last second.
17.
Falls down to the ground.
It looks like she sort of held, like, do I hit it, do I not hit it? And by the time she decided, it was a little too late.
Well, a lot of the Danes actually already had their plane ticket to go home today, so the good news is the semifinals, pretty happy with that result. Would love to be in the finals tomorrow. A lot of badminton has been played here this week.
Easy mistake. That short serve paying off for Wei.
19.
Now just trails by 1. Tries to make it too tight. That time puts the pressure on.
Good rush. It's like a doubles rush.
Exactly, she can use that height, and she's been going. She read that so well. It's her first game point, 2018 for Denmark.
Good block.
All she needed was 1. She pulled it off.
That speed to the net, it really, it pays her a lot of dividends. She really comes to the net quickly and puts pressure on it.
Well, keeps the pressure on. It's 21-18, 17 minutes of play. Denmark's leading 1-0. Well, we're back here at the Pan Am Centre here in Markham, Canada, just minutes outside of Toronto, Ontario. Well, we started off with 8 courts, now we're down to 2 courts. We're into the semi-finals. It's a women's singles. It's China versus Denmark. On the near side, Lena.
Love all. Play.
In red and white, Lena Christopherson pulls the first game off, 21-18 against, on the far side from China in blue, Wei Chen.
So what do you think Wei's coach would tell her? Change up much? You think he would come at her with any other strategy changes based on the first game?
I think so. I think you do have to find the back of the court because Lena Christopherson's coming in so quickly. It's hard to do, but maybe even that height. You need to get the height over her head because she's been cutting a lot off. So again, a nice high serve, but it has to go to the back of the line.
Yeah.
Mistake out the side.
Too low.
Well, she goes for a lot of things, Christopherson, and it usually is to her advantage. But you see her make occasionally those easy mistakes and maybe a change of sides, play the bird a little higher and a little slower pace.
Service over.
Well, I got to eat breakfast actually with Dr. Niels Christian Caldo, a good player in the past, but now he's a surgeon and he's here doing some studying on injuries, but he said definitely she could be the next Tina Rasmussen-Bond. So really looking forward to the power that she has in her shots, and he was quite pleased the way she's into the semifinals, and it's a good goal to have, actually.
Yeah.
Camilla Martin before that, but Tina, similar style to Tina as well, the height, the power, and the way she plays, you can see it on court as well.
Well, sometimes the taller players tend to be a little slower. They have the reach, but they don't have the explosiveness out of the center, but she's got both. I mean, you get that combination. It's, I mean, like Victor Axelsen, the men's champ from Denmark, same thing, sort of got the height and the attack and also that speed coming out of the center, which you really need for singles. Well, and doubles and mixed.
Yeah, exactly. All around. Sometimes if you're smaller, you have more of the speed, but it's a great game that you can be any size to play. Great smash right down the line. Well, Lena actually has an older brother that plays badminton, so I think she was pushed a lot from him playing early age from a smaller town, and now she's in Copenhagen. But so that really helped her. And talking to the coaches, you can really push her. She has great attitude, and she gives that little extra. And I think sometimes playing against guys, you get that extra power. Well, not enough, and Wade to cut that one off. Nice and easy.
Yeah, it looked like a miss hit from Lena there at the net. I think she was trying to speed it cross court and just missed the shot, and instead it went right into Wade's forehand. Well, Wei is getting her on the back line with those serves. Miss hit from Lena, again over to Wei's forehand corner.
And you're right, Wei's changed it up a little bit, but that you have to get that back line. It's short, and she has too many options and puts it to the ground.
Wow, she gets in fast. Christopherson just pops the bird behind her opponent, and she's just leaning in to get into that net shot. There's a quick clear, and she's coming in, and she can sense that Wei's reaching a bit for it and isn't going to get the power, and she's right on the net quickly on it.
5, 6.
Again, an easy mistake, and that's mentally tough when you make those mistakes out on court.
7, 5.
Well, Denmark has a big history of badminton as well, but at the Junior World Championships, we had Victor Axelsen win back in 2010, and then he went on and won in the Open as well. But it was Peter Gaeta. He actually won doubles back in 1994 at the Junior Worlds.
I didn't know
he
that.
won the men's doubles with Peter Nissen. And 1992 it was Jim Largenson and Reike Olsen, and both went on to be great mixed players and doubles players. But yeah, very surprised that Peter Gaeta also won the doubles.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I mean, you'd always marvel at how a small country like Denmark can produce world champion after world champion for decades. And, you know, they have a population 5 million or something. It's really small, and yet they are able to produce way more world champions than any other European country. And like I said, year after year, they just keep churning them out.
Yeah, it's great. It is a lot of history. I've been fortunate enough to go over and play a bit. And in fact, the first time I met Peter Gate, they picked us up at the airport, and then we trained in Brøndby. But yeah, over the years, they've had so many great singles,
Service
doubles,
over.
mixed players, and it's a history.
6,
It's like playing
9.
hockey here in Canada. I mean, we have great hockey because there's so many people that play it, and it's
Yeah.
been great. But China definitely dominates. They won the team championships last week, 13th
7,
time.
9.
Only
Yep.
been held 17 times, so they've won 13 out of the 17 times.
No, they're definitely one of the main powers. The thing I do like about this junior championships this year is you do get a range of teams, though, like a huge amount of teams, like we've mentioned, and even here in the semis, good rally.
Well, what a get. Almost Lena Christopherson gets down on the ground. Her big
10,
reach wasn't
7.
enough. Really trying to dig them out, but Wei puts it away. Again, Wei really kind of dictating this second game, really trying to make a move. She knows how important it is, and you just saw the mixed doubles. China went down and Indonesia won, so they have that extra pressure in China as well.
I think so. I think you're right. Like you said, it's their version of Canada's hockey, and as a result, you've got a lot of fans that have a lot of high expectations too.
And over 1 billion people playing, or 1 billion people living there, I should say. 100 million people play, they say, in China
11,
alone. Well,
7,
there's China
interval.
into the break, leading the way by 4.
And I think, like you said, I think Wei is doing a little bit more deception at the net to keep Christopherson a little unsure, and she's not able to go to all the shots as like she'd like to.
Well, there's confirmation of the score. First game, Denmark 21-18. Now China fighting back 11-7.
Both coaches giving pointers. I remember when I first went from playing to coaching, and I was out in a match, and I came off the court, and my my old coach, John Gilbert, said, "I can pretty much guess what you're saying based on your pointing and your body language." So it's
Exactly. Give
okay,
it away a
tone
little
down.
bit, yes.
7,
Give away the
8.
secrets on the other side. There's change up to the deep to the back. Jesper Holgaard came out. He's under 19 coach. He got to talk to him earlier today, and really happy the way Lena's playing, but goes, yeah, I hope she can
11.
fight this one out. She's done so well leading up to that, but great player. He says, I always can push her. Very strong, powerful, comes in quick to the net, and really looking forward to this game.
Service over. 12, 8.
Oh, she's trying to change up her attack or her digging out of the rear court, some straight, some cross court, but Wei seems to be sitting in the center waiting for that cross court a little bit more. Nice. Wow.
Beautiful shot. That was just being patient, going corner to corner, waiting for
Service
that
over.
opportunity, then opening it
9,
up with that cross court.
12.
Yeah, and I think she's been rushing it a bit. Here's that lift from Wei. And boom, that cut off cross court. It just down too fast.
Right in the corner, perfectly placed shot by Wei. Again, if you watch her racket, it's really
Service
hard. You see
over.
Lena kind of going a little bit closer to the net because you can't read what Wei's about to do. Snaps
13,
it, puts it right back
9.
into that corner.
Good cross court, taking that net shot high. And you can see
Service
both players
over
coming in and doing a bit of a
10,
net deception hold.
13.
It's sometimes hard to see it if you're not looking for it, but they both come into the net with their racket up high, and they've got a little bit of a little pump in their shot before they hit it, which keeps both of them guessing. Is it going to come to the net, or is it going to be a, there it is again off the short serve, or is it going to be a clear?
And that's out the back of the court. Again, just trying to find that line.
Service over 14-10.
Good cut
Oh,
off.
smart the way
Yeah.
she set it up, but poorly executed to finish it off.
Well, I think, you know, it looked like
15-10.
Wei wasn't going to get it, and she got it over, and it's one of those rules you can't relax. It's hard not to, but it looks like Wei's in trouble here, and she just gets it back, and Christopherson comes into the net with a racket, not quite expecting the shot to come at her the way it did. Trying to go down that line, just slightly
Service
missed
over
it.
11-15.
Christopherson sticking with the short serve.
Barely getting it back.
Yeah, that's-
Wei puts it, skies it to the back of the court. Coming in so quick,
Yeah.
puts it away. Lena Christopherson again really looking forward into the net, comes in so quick.
12.
Well, there
15.
she is. She doesn't want to cross it as much because Wei was looking for it, so she's going straight. But she caught Wei there with her deep, clear straight. But Wei's putting her in the deep forehand corner, and Christopherson's trying to mix it up. Some straight, little cross court, but she doesn't want to do it too much because Wei's looking for that cross court.
Again, it's these mistakes that creep in.
13.
Lena Christopherson
15.
now just down by 2. .174 centimeters tall. Best world ranking in the juniors was number 6 in the world. Well, she sits at number 15. Again, that's just because she only has 6 tournaments divided by 7 to find your world ranking.
Good reach.
And just on the line while Wei screams, but looks at the lines.
14-15.
I like Christopherson's mixing up between the big attacking shot and then that quick clear. And here you've got forces Wei to lean in, maybe looking for the quick drop and then getting caught on the clear. And I think she thought it was out too, but she's not really in that attacking position because she's got to lean forward looking for the quick slice that comes off of Christopherson's attacking shots. Like that.
Down the middle.
Yeah. You can see her looking at her coach, a little frustrated.
Service over
But it's a good changeup in singles. You
15,
smash down the sidelines, your
14.
opponents are looking for a straight smash or cross court, then you go right at the body, and you can see Christopherson's racket's a little off to her forehand.
Trying placing it tight. Again, if it's not tight, you have to be careful
17,
spinning. If it's too far away from the
14.
net, it's hard to control and that time into the net.
And they will have done hours of that attack, come into the net, spin, go back, attack, come to the net, spin. Just missed it. Good change up by Wei, a few smashes to the body, and then straight
Service
down the line
over.
again. She's keeping the mix going, but
15,
missed that back line
17.
clear.
Well, yeah, Chen, if you watch when she smashed on that one, she comes in nice, straight. She knows almost what the next shot is. So it's a setup shot.
Right.
So a lot of these players are doing setup shots. So if you watch the footwork, 80% of the time they're guessing this way. They might have to stop and move the other way, but definitely you saw on that one she's coming straight in. Well, really pushed into the forehand that time. Wei's going to take full advantage. A high one at the net. Now up by 3.
18.
Good counterattack by Wei, and it's like you said, she pushed the shot down to Christopherson's around the head corner and then anticipated that the shot coming back to her and crossed it quickly before Christopherson could get to it.
Too much and out the side on that. Brought it in from the line a little bit.
Service over. 16, 18.
Well, Wei, 18 years of age, 174 centimeters. So on paper, they're the same height, same reach out on court.
Doesn't look like it, does it?
No, and you know what? Carolina Marin, too, she plays like a tall player. She's not as tall as these two, but when she's playing, she looks taller. So it's kind of funny how you stand and look on court as well.
Yeah. No, I mean, Christopherson looks quite a bit taller than Wei. Good cutoff by Wei. Christopherson hit it slightly short. And again, like you said, that short clear, you cannot hit the clear short.
16.
I feel like she's keeping Christopherson guessing on the clear versus the attacking shot, and she's catching her a bit on the quick clear, so Christopherson's not quite getting behind it as much as she'd like to.
Great smash down the line this time from Christopherson.
Service over.
Change of the shuttle.
17, 19.
Temperature changes the speed, how many people are in the venue, the humidity, altitude.
There's the cross court she's been trying to hit.
I thought that was a little closer than
I
she
did
thought
too. I thought she was letting it go and it was going to land in, but good eye for her.
Good fighting back now, just down by 1. Really trying to fight her way back. It was 19-16, now 19-18. Denmark wins the first game 21-18. She would like to finish it in 2. Perfect spot right into the corner. Now China with a first game point.
Game point.
Good little hold by Wei just to keep Christopherson pausing that center like we were talking about.
2018.
Wow. She's on the net so fast. Short swing. There's basically no backswing on her racket. She's just on top of that net shot.
19, 20.
Lena Christopherson saves 1 game point. Can she save another? Great reach. She saves it again.
Good rally, good tough rally when it's this close to keep those nerves down and both moving each other around well.
Saves 2 game points. Now it's 20 apiece. Badminton's best 2 to 3 to 21. They do have to win by 2 points. Great exchanges that time. Wei goes cross court. Again, the lefty comes in. It's her forehand.
21, 20.
Game point. 3rd game point now for China.
And there she was rushing it straight down the line and then waiting for the straight return. Good anticipation there.
Short serve into the net. Game point into the net.
21.
Tried to disguise it a bit like a long serve and then just threw off her own timing a little bit. Nerves too, for sure.
a break for Lena Christopherson. Ties it back up, 21 all. 39 minutes of play.
And Christopherson going for that cross-court drive, bit of a chance because Wei's been cutting it off, but
first match point, it's Denmark, 22-21. Nice smash, comes in so quick. And she did it.
yeah.
Lena Christopherson, first time asking, takes the match. Denmark into the finals of the women's singles. Here's confirmation of the score, 21-18, and in the second, 23-21, Lena Christopherson pulls it off.
18, 23, 21.
Well, we're back at the Markham Pan Am Center. We had a mixed doubles. It went 69 minutes, 21-19 in the third for Indonesia. Then we just saw an amazing women's singles, 40 minutes of play. It was a European champion, Lena Christopherson, to pull it off, 23-20 in the second. Now up next we have world number one. We have the number one seeds from Thailand, Kunlatva Vitosarn, up against India, the number 4th seed, Laksha Sen. It's going to be a battle. Followed it off, it's another women's doubles. It's Tan versus To, Kusuma versus Sugiarto. And then to finish it off, it'll be a men's singles, China versus Japan. Well, what an amazing start to the semifinals. And here we have the men's singles semifinals. We're looking at the top half. It's Thailand versus India to start it off. At the bottom, it's China versus Japan, which we'll be treated to later on this evening. Thailand, the number 1 seeds, number 1, number 4, number 3 have pulled it through, and Kodai actually should be one of the top seeds as well, so I would say all 4 of these players should be into the semifinals. They're the strongest ones here by far. And to lead the way, it's India. Laksha Sen, strong player, likes to run on court, actually, always has the long rallies. makes his way out to the far side of court to start it off. And here you have from Thailand, Kanlodvat Vitasarn. Vitasarn is #1 in the world. Didn't have many upsets this year. Pretty much won everything. Youth Olympics was the only one that he had troubles with, and won a lot of the other junior tournaments and made the finals at the Asian Championships. Let's take the coin toss. Well, head to head, it's Chen that leads the way. It was at the Asian Junior Championships just recently, 21-19, 21-18.
That side? You see. Okay.
Well, Chen takes the far side to start. The far side has a little bit of drift coming behind the players. It'll be a little bit quicker. Therefore, you have to control it, not to lift out the back, either give it a little more height, take a little pace off. Well, let's hear Vitasarn, 17 years of age, 173 centimeters, ranked #1 from Bangkok, Thailand. Very tricky player all around, fantastic player. Well, hasn't really been pushed, won all his games in 2 straight games. Quarterfinals against Yulienti the other day, the #12 seeds, took 39 minutes, 21-14, 21-17. Well, he's up against Laksha Sen, 17 years of age, 178 centimeters tall. Ranking #4, his highest ranking was #1 from Almora, India. Well, this is the way he's reached the semifinals. He was pushed against Chinese Taipei in the 4th round. 59 minutes of play, it was 21-14. Against Malaysia the other day, 31 minutes, 21-8, 21-18 handily in that game. Very fit, powerful player. There we have Cody Leach from USA. He'll be our umpire today. And from Indonesia, Tommy Oscarinho. Well, this is definitely going to be a fun game to watch. Vitasarn, very tricky, very deceptive, all around, fantastic shots. He's one of the favorites, I would say, here at the tournament, definitely going in, but Chen on the other side, runs everything down, very powerful as well. So I'm looking forward to this match, Mike.
Yeah, it should be a good mix, lots of speed. I think we'll see a lot more short serves than we did. We saw a lot of a mix of long and short serves in the women's singles, and this one probably a lot more short serves. Like you said, a little more speed, maybe a lot of attacking. But I think these two are somewhat evenly matched. It'll be an interesting game.
Vitasarn, Thailand.
Two righties.
And on my left, Laksha Sen, India. Laksha Sen to serve. Love all. Play.
Well, on the near side in black, it's Thailand Vitasarn, #1 seed, #1 in the world, won last year here. He's a favorite all around, great deception, fantastic the way he moves the shuttle, and he just loves to play on court, and it's great to see.
Service over.
On the far side in blue, Laksha Sen,
love.
Asian champ, #4 seed in here, is trying to stop Thailand from winning his 2nd title.
Good first opening rally. Both players just sort of getting a feel for the court and moving each other around. Again, similar to the women's singles, shots to the corners as much as possible. Length on the clears will be crucial. Can't go short.
Service over.
Well, it was 46 minutes of play when they last at the Asian Junior Championships, and Chen actually, like we saw, 21-19, 21-18, so 46 minutes in just 2 games. That's pretty long rallies.
Definitely.
Service over. 2.
But that's the mark of this level, right? You get the longer rallies. The shots are all to the corners, like we said earlier, but they just don't make the easy mistakes. And that's the difference between these players making the semifinals and the finals versus the earlier rounds. The other players just don't have the same consistency and accuracy that these players do, where they can go rally after rally.
Service over.
Good body smash by Chen.
2-all.
And you'll see a mix of that too, some of the straight down the line smashes, cross court, and then the body smashes just to keep the opponent guessing.
A mistake in the beginning, right? You have a warm-up court. You're really warm an hour beforehand. You get on court. You have a 2-minute warm-up on the main court. And really to get it going, I like to start with the long rallies. And usually a lot of the players do. Right now they're just making these short ones.
Yeah, and I think you're right. You just sort of get your comfort level down when you have some longer rallies, run around a bit, get a bit tired, a little bit sweaty, and you sort of ease yourself into the match that way. And it's tough when it's these choppy rallies to begin with.
Service over.
It's nerves, for sure.
4-3.
Good down the line smash from Chen.
5-3.
Well, Sen's been on court here in the individual event for 2 hours and 18 minutes. Pushed against Chinese Taipei in 59 minutes, almost an hour match.
6-3. Change the shuttle.
But we saw Chen this year at the Youth Olympic Games. He lost to Li Shifeng 21-15, 21-19, but he beat Kodai in the semifinals, which was a big win for him as well.
Service
he won
over.
the Asian Junior Championships, beating this man that we've just mentioned. Also won the Indian International Championships and Indian International Challenge. So also played on the senior circuit as well as the junior circuit.
And I think a lot of these players, especially in their last year of the junior, they have to do that. They have to start mixing around if they hope to make a dent in the adult circuit when they come out of here. And a lot of them are already getting some adult seeds because they are playing some of them and because they're so strong.
Well, Vitisarn, he's won the Thailand, Indonesian junior, German junior, Dutch junior, won a youth international in Singapore. So he's won a lot of the tournaments, second at the Asian juniors and fell out early at the Youth Olympic Games. But when he's on, he's a real tough opponent to play.
7-5.
Oh, great get first from Chen, but too much.
Service over.
Great anticipation by Vitisarn.
Vitisarn goes cross on that. But again, just watch his racket, how tricky he is, how relaxed on court.
6-7.
Great attack, waiting for that opportunity, puts it to the body. Chen kind of looking outside. You want to always mix it up, and great placement.
There's that super tight net shot by Vitisarn, and that sets up the smash. If you can spin the net shot and play it really tight to the net, your opponent has a really difficult time clearing it deep enough, and it sets up your attacking shots. Great hold. Oh, just missed it.
8-7.
Vitisarn getting in there close to the net, racket high, lots of time, tried to do a little bit of a hold to keep Chen guessing, but he just missed it. And that's the key for singles. When you're coming to the net, try to take it as high and as soon as you can so you have lots of options.
9-7.
Lots of instruction coming from the Thailand coaching corner.
Adam really goes around to different places, coaches the open national team as well as the junior team.
7.
And Thailand's been doing fantastic. Uber Cup, silver medal. The men are playing well. Ratchaknak Intanon, world champion, 3 times for junior.
I know, she won the junior this tournament 3 times. That's quite a feat when you think about it. I mean, to be winning it at the age of, I guess, 15 or 16, 17, 18. I mean,
8.
I don't think there are many
10.
that have done that. Good tight spin at the net by Chen.
Again, Sen keeping the pressure on. That's where it was won at the net.
11-8
Gets on attack
interval.
right away and punishes. Up by 3, 11-8. 8 minutes of play. India leading.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
But as you said, both players quick, similar styles really, and I think both of them are going to have to use a little deception at the net to keep their opponents guessing and make them pause in that center court like we were talking about
11,
way with
8.
Christopherson
Play.
in the earlier match. So you've got to use that deception at the net to slow them down a bit.
Yeah, it's always easy to go in line straight up and back, but it's that stutter. It's that 1 second you make them stop and move, and that's tough. It's
12.
tough on your muscles
8.
as well.
Yeah.
As well as moving faster.
And in the course of 2 games, 3 games, it just starts to wear
Service
your
over.
opponent down. It may not pay off right off in the first rallies
9,
that you do it, but
12.
getting deep in that second or third game, they're going to start feeling it in their quads and slow them down a bit. Good spin by Chen.
Tries to find his backhand and again gets out of trouble. Excellent shot again, nice and tight to the net. Puts him deep.
Good splice.
Right at the body.
Yeah.
Mixing it up so well. Vitinsarn really thinking out there, and that's what he can do. He makes him go corner to corner, puts it to his body.
10, 12.
Yeah, good variety. Like you said, good variety attack down the line and then the body shot. Once in a while. If you do it too much, they start waiting for it and it gets you in trouble. But mixing it up once in a while to the body keeps your opponent guessing. Rally's getting a little bit longer here. Good hold by Vitinsarn again at the net.
Yeah, exactly. He just watch his hand. He comes in nice and quick, holds that,
11,
snaps it to the back, and
12.
just gets Sen looking forward.
Change. Yeah. Line judge, white please.
Vitinsarn also played doubles here. He's been on court on the doubles side and on the single side. He never,
You're right, you don't see the singles and doubles events being played by one person very often. The singles is
Good,
just
thank
too
you.
taxing.
Okay.
Doubles is taxing too, but you will see occasionally mixed in doubles, but you don't often see a singles player doubling up on another event.
He's a world junior
Use your feet.
champion,
Use
current
your
one, 2017. He's asking
It's
to
feathers?
wipe
Okay.
down the court, and the umpire said just use your feet to wipe it up, but there's some feathers there as well, so can you please get the feathers off as well?
Good? Okay.
Well, 10 minutes of play here. In the first game, it's 12-11 for Sen.
11, 12.
And that's just out the side, yes.
Service over. 13-11.
A mistake out the
Service
back.
over.
Now just down by 1.
12-13.
Good change up by VT Tsarn. Going down the line to that around the head corner for Sen a couple times, and then the quick slice cross court. And that's the trick, really, is just to keep them guessing. You don't want to get too much of a routine where your opponent knows what's coming next.
Thank you. Change.
Well, Sen's father was coaching him, and his brother also plays, but he's down in Bangalore.
13
Prakash's Badminton
all.
Academy. So moving up on the ranking, just 17 years of age.
$14-13.
Sen going for that straight down the line smash. Trying to keep the pressure on. Just missing it.
Oh, beautiful shot. A lot of disguise on that one. Opens up his racket, places it
15,
beautifully to the net.
13.
Give him time, and that's what he's dangerous at.
Reverse straight cross court. Looks like it's going cross because of his racket swing, but ends up going straight. And then Sen does the
Service
same
over.
thing back. A little quicker, but
If you can do it, I can do it too.
14-15.
Gets behind that beautifully. Now just down by 1. Kind of been back and forth this whole start to the first game. We've saw some great matches already here. The mixed doubles, Indonesia won, and now we have Denmark in the finals. In fact, you know what, I was talking to the coach. If she wins, we'll have to definitely change our ticket. They were supposed to fly out tonight, so a big surprise to make the semifinals, even bigger to make the finals, so happy to change your ticket
yeah,
when
it's
that
worth
happens.
it. Yeah, definitely.
You're always guessing. You play all these tournaments in a year, and you kind of guess, oh, where should I make it and that. And if you always make the finals, you're always thrilled to change it.
Exactly. Well, and for a lot of them, if you do lose a little earlier, you can't really afford the time to sit around and not get the practice and the training. So a lot of them want to go back home as soon as they can to go back into their routines.
And it's expensive, the hotel, the food, and just different things. So, yeah, to cut down on money, and the change fee can also be.
Yeah.
Great smash cross court. Sen with the pickup. Slows it down again. Oh, what a rally.
Good change up. Whoa, just missed it.
Right spot. Excellent gets by both of these players. Well, Sen really digging, and that's what he does so well. Running, digging, getting them all back. The crowd like that. Watch this, goes cross, just able to get his racket on it. Sends it back short. Out the side.
Yeah, a little tough for those type of rallies for VT Tsarn. He looks like he's got it done. Looks like he's got the rallies set up the way he wants, ready to put the bird on the floor. And Sen just retrieving it, bringing it, getting it back over and over again. It's tough sometimes. You think, well, how much of a setup do I need to put this bird on the floor? But good variety from both players, moving each other around to begin with, and then coming out with the fast, quick pace attacking shots, and then you know, they're able to move each other around with that 80% type rally, clears and drops, and then come out with some good attacking shots.
Tries to spin it to the net.
15.
Now Sen up by 1. Just able to get his racket on that.
17-15.
VT Tsarn not happy with that call.
Nice and steady, waiting for the opportunities. Then comes out quick, just gets it back.
Service over.
Good save. Good save by VT Tsarn on that net shot by Sen.
17.
You're right, though. Sen is more the retriever. He's got his own attacking shots, but I think VT Tsarn has a little more variety. But VT Tsarn's got the attacking change-up shots, and Sen lots of retrieval skills and just keeps it coming back.
Yeah, exactly. He runs everything down. Usually the long rallies he wins definitely, but Vitinson, if you give him time, that's what he does. If you give him time, that's when he can disguise and get on it. But very good retrieves by Sen. All four corners of the court. Holding it.
Yeah, lots of net holds, lots of net spins.
Takes it deep to the back again, waiting for that short opportunity. Forces that one, it wasn't there. Forced it out the side. Now leveled at 17 apiece.
All.
And not a big smash or big attacking shot, just the nature of the men's singles at this level is you've got to play it pretty close to the line, and these rallies are forcing them both to go for those tighter line shots, and every once in a while they're going to miss it. Might be a bit tired, but I think these two are used to it.
Well, the court's 17 feet wide, 44 feet long. That's 5.18 meters and 13.4. But it's a lot of that stop and go. It's not a, some people say it's not a very big court, but the rallies are long. It's stop and go. It's all that power. It's very tiring to play badminton.
Exactly. We had a marathon runner on the national team
17.
when I played, and it was the stopping and starting. He said, "This is nothing like marathon running. It's the stop and start that he'd get tired."
Yeah.
Because it's a completely different use of your body.
I would die in a marathon, but yeah, it's really funny. I had the same thing with these runners. It's like, oh my goodness, it's just so different and that fast-paced movement.
Good hold at the net by VT Tsarn, keeping Sen guessing and having him reach deep into the corner.
Line judge, white please.
Yeah, just watch. Gets him a little bit late. Goes cross. There it is. Perfect placement. VT Tsarn really working.
By the baseline in the back.
Making these mistakes sometimes when he's not
quite
on the shuttle, but most of the time he's very successful.
Yeah, I think he is on the shuttle a lot. That's partly why. I mean, he is fast, like you said. He gets into the net. He gets it with his racket high, gives him lots of time to do whatever deception he wants to do, and he does a lot of it. It doesn't always translate if you don't know what you're looking for, but you can see there's a lot of deception from both of these guys when they go for the net shots. Little wag with the racket, little holds.
Yeah, and ideally, the faster you can get to the net, the higher. You have so many more shots to do, and the way they hold it at the last second. So ideally, come in nice and quick, and then you can either disguise it, flick it, put it back to the net. But it's a lot of power in the legs. It's a lot of tiring movements.
And it's getting there in time to take it that high. That's sometimes the not so easy.
And in badminton, you lunge with your racket foot 99% of the time. Every once in a while, you'll do your non-racket foot, but 99% of the time, even into the corners, you're lunging with your racket foot. I was telling somebody the other day, you have a stronger leg, too. If you look at their legs, if you're right-handed, your right leg is much stronger.
A little bigger. Yep, for sure. 19 all.
There's that hold, yes, you can see it right here. We have great view. Sen comes in nice and easy, nice and smooth, too. His racket's very smooth.
You see him sneaking in the net there a bit.
Goes high on that smash. That does the trick.
Yeah, different changeup.
Game point, 19.
Vittingsar now with his first game point.
Change.
21 minutes of play. It's 2019. Badminton's best 2 out of 3 to 21.
Quick, very quick.
They voted to change that this year, but was voted down. The BWF was talking about changing the scoring. Best 3 out of 5 games to 7 points, and that was shot down.
Yeah, over the years we've changed it. It used to be rally point, or before you had to serve to get a point, and different scoring. They've tried different things, but now it's been best 2 or 3 to 21 for the last few years. Wasn't sure, plays it at the end, gets away with it. Game point, he didn't want it to hit the ground. Chen at the last second plays it, a little gift. Vittingsar, look at that, tried to go cross, it was there, it was a short lift. It's even at 20 apiece. Goes down the line on that one. Perfectly placed. Now Chen has his first game point. Saved one game point.
20.
Now he has game point. Vittingsar barely getting it back. Goes cross, beautiful get on the ground, and the call is in.
First game won by Chen, 22-20.
Chen able to pull the first game off. What fantastic gets, places it to the back of the court, barely getting it back.
Ooh, tough time to leave it.
Not sure if he agrees with it, but India with the first game, 22-20, 24 minutes of play. Pan Am Center on court. India takes the first game, 22-20.
Love.
Chen in the near side in blue, and down one game point, fought back, pulled it off, 22-20.
Speaking of the scoring, I mentioned it was the best 3 out of 5 to 7, which would have been my kind of singles, nice and short. The rule they were looking at was the best 3 out of 5 matches to 11.
And again, one of the reasons I think they thought maybe it was too quick, then the endurance really, although the points are there, you have more breaks. So some of the reasoning that I've heard behind it, it would take that part of the game away, maybe the endurance, but some of the players wanted it, some of the players didn't. So it's a toss-up whether it would have been better or not.
I like it the way it is.
1 all.
But I think Lin Dan and Lee Chong-wei were both saying, well, if you're going to shorten the games, we'll just stick with it even longer.
Around the back, but out the
Service
side.
over. 2-1. Change.
VT Tsarn catching Sen there. It's a good trick shot if it goes over, but it's also a telltale sign you've been caught guessing the wrong way.
Good
Great.
push right into the corner
3,
that time.
1.
You can see Sen's just, when he gets the chance, he's definitely leaning towards the net a bit. I know there's some deception there from VT Tsarn, but I think Sen has to keep his base leaning towards the net to get VT Tsarn's attacking shots.
Service over. 2-3.
That's just long out the back. Now ties it at 3 apiece.
3 all.
Good
Service
spin
over.
at the net there off of Sen's serve by VT
4,
Tsarn.
3.
Again, setting up that lift that he attacked and Sen couldn't control it. But both players moving each other to the corners as much as possible. Too tight a net shot by Sen.
Service over. 4 all.
Oh, beautiful shot. Great disguise on that one. Just cuts the shuttle nicely. No chance.
5-4.
Both of them have excellent reverse straight slices. It looks like the bird's going cross court, and the slice makes it go straight. Good combination by VT Tsarn, but just missed that put away on his forehand. Good body shot by VT Tsarn.
Service over.
Short lift by
5,
Sen.
6.
Yeah, they're almost kind of waiting each other out, waiting for that shot that's not a perfect shot, and then going after it.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that sort of poke them with a stick, sort of go 80%, move each other around a bit, and then pick up the pace again, and then back to moving each other around again.
It's almost like a drill. Great get now that time. Beautiful
Whoa.
net. What a get. Excellent shot.
That's just mean.
It's incredible just to watch that shot come over with the way he cuts it. Fantastic.
And they've got to be careful at the net, because if you make contact with the bird on your opponent's side of the net, you get faulted.
Watch how quick the speed just cuts it.
There it is.
Hits the net.
Thank you. Okay, players.
Some good longer rallies there. Both players wearing each other down a bit, but
6.
lots more left
all.
in both of them.
Well, Sen trains at Prakash Pudakon Badminton Academy in Bangalore, and he was a former #1 player, and then afterwards the depth in India badminton right now is great. In the singles, you have Saina Nehwal, top 10 for the last 10 years, reached #1, and PV Sindhu, silver medalist at the Olympics. Shwekant Kindambi, but tons of depth too. There's many, many more of the men's singles, and it's great to see Gobachan is doing a fantastic job in Hyderabad, and the players that are coming out of here, it's incredible.
No, you're right. The Indian program has taken off. You said earlier the Japanese program, that's gotten a lot stronger as well, and the Thai program too. All countries that were decidedly, I think, lower than the top rung, but below China and Korea. Now they're all challenging those top countries and winning oftentimes.
Now you have Tan Kim Hera, a Malaysian doubles coach too, and you see their doubles really coming on nice and strong as well.
Service over.
Yeah, Gupta and Ashwini winning a medal at the World Championships, a bronze, and Commonwealth Games champions, but now you see the ones coming up. It's a very strong program at the moment. Tried for a spin, it was a little bit deep on that one.
8-all.
Now tied it back up at 8 apiece.
Good shot. Good setup by Sen.
Service over.
Big hammer, and that's an explosion that we were talking about. He waits for that
9,
opportunity, goes
8.
cross, hammers it, gets nice and high, perfect placement. Well, Saina Nehwal won this championship back in 2008. She won the World Junior
9
Championships.
all.
No other Indian has ever done that. It's only been around since 1992.
Right.
But she sits alone. Can Sen change that as well? Add a men's singles. Over the years, I played singles against Saina and even a doubles back at the Commonwealth Games.
You did.
Yes, many times.
How did you find her?
Well, the Commonwealth, she was very young. We had match point, Helen Nicola,
10,
myself, and
9.
still crushed from that. That would have been for a medal in the semifinals. So she pulled that one off, and in the singles, very powerful.
Yes.
Very strong, doesn't make the mistakes, hardworking, excellent all-around player, but mentally very tough too, and still on, playing at a super high level and can win these tournaments. So it's great to see how long she's been playing at that level.
With quite a few injuries too, and she just keeps coming back, you're right.
Well, into the break, Thailand leads away 11-9, 11 minutes to play in the second.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Thank you. (11-9). Play.
Well, no big runaway points for either players. They both seem quite steady, comfortably moving each other around. It'll be interesting to see if anybody pulls away here. I'm sure VT Tsarn would like it to be him.
Well, Sen was just able to pull the first game off. He had a few game points against him. He pulls the first game off, 22-20.
10,
Tsarn
11.
on the far side in black, still leading the way by 1. It's 11-10.
Good change up by Sen. A lot of the rallies start to look a little similar, and it's sometimes the player that throws in something different that pulls ahead and keeps the other player sort of guessing a bit more. Sen picking up the pace here. Great shot, great shot.
Excellent placement again, waiting for that, goes cross on it. Gets Vitinsar, look at the sweat, mops it up quickly. Working corner to corner, twisting, turning. It's a lot of energy out there. Diving to the floor.
Slightly short clear. Sen jumping on the great angle on the half smash there.
Twelve, 11.
Yeah, that was in.
Service over.
Maybe hoping a bit for that shot to go out. Both players bumped up the pace a little bit since the break in the mid-game there. Again, the diving smash, which I think maybe, I don't know if Lin Dan brought that in or if that's been, I know I saw Morten Frost do it a lot in the 80s too, but it's a shot now that when someone smashes, rather than stay on balance and, you know, try get it if you can, now the players just dive for it. First things first, get the bird over the net.
Right, yeah, I remember Artie Warnada, same thing, he would dive a lot, and a lot of the players, but now it's a practicing. That was desperation before it, now it's actually put into their game.
Yeah, it's a drill.
And it's a drill, and it's quick. And you even see the girls doing it quite a bit now on top of it, but they get down, they watch, even when you see Lee Chung-wei do it, he kind of just watches, he bounces back, it's incredible. Flies behind it, and it's amazing how quick they are.
And it's interesting to see, you know, there are still developments, a game that's been going on for hundreds of years, and there's still new things that can be developed in the game that you haven't seen before. And that's one of the ones that really stands out in the last 10 or 15 years for sure.
Puts it into the net again. When you're diving though too, you have to be careful because they are sweating a lot. So then all of a sudden you put a lot of extra sweat on the court. If the rallies are longer and longer, sometimes you can feel that when you're moving as well.
Yeah, it makes them slippery. Although I think some players will do the little dive just to get a break. You know, court's wet, you know, clean it off.
Sometimes that happens.
Great. There it is. Great shot. He tried to hold it. Just held it too long. Almost like he couldn't make up his mind.
Well, again, you watch Sen too. He's moving in that direction. Yeah. So it's not just that you put it into that. It's actually, you can feel your opponent on the other side as well.
And he's creeping in on him as he's doing the net hold. It's like, I better hit this tight because Sen's coming in on me. Good change up. One down the forehand, one at the body.
That's right, always mixing it up. You don't want to always go down the line.
13.
Puts it to the body.
Change.
Now up by 2.
He's apologizing, even though you're not really hurting anybody with your smash when you're like that. But, you know, badminton, good manners. If you hit somebody, you apologize afterwards. Most do anyways.
Sometimes with a smirk on the face, so I don't know.
Kind of sorry. Maybe not.
I'll take it. You always want to wait for the net rolls at the end of the game. Don't use them up in the beginning.
16, 13.
Vitinsar now 3 points up.
Great smash by Sen. Good recovery by Vitinsar.
Again, Sen just keeps getting it back and back and back. Mentally, it's very tough too, because playing it almost against a wall, you know, you have to force it. And I think that's what Vitensarn's doing a little bit, making these mistakes that are uncharacteristic of himself.
No, I think you're right. You can't relax and just say, well, you have to keep going at it. You have to put the pressure on your opponent because Sen will beat you if you just back off. So you've got to put that pressure on, but he keeps the bird coming back. So it's a tough
16.
style to play.
Well, Thailand's won mixed doubles back in 2009 and boys doubles in 2014, but it was Ratchnok Intanon that we mentioned before, 2009, 10, and 11. She won the women's singles here. Incredible. She holds the record for 3 singles. And of course, Ratchnok Intanon went away and won in 2003 in the Open as well, so also
Won them
world,
both.
yes, which is incredible.
15, 16.
Well, Sen trying to reel in Vitensarn, close that gap. Easy mistake, that
Service
one.
over. 17, 15.
Just a signal from the coach. I'm just trying to see what he's saying. It's almost like pop it over, Sen. Be careful. He's coming in. Make sure you get their depth. Get the depth first because he's so quick coming in. Beautiful
Good
setup
shot.
shot. That's exactly how it works.
18,
A few
15.
what look like potential tired mistakes by Sen, but I agree with you. I thought I saw earlier the Thai coach saying the same thing as Vitensarn was going to the net too often, and it looked like he was just saying, pop it off the net, put him on the back line a bit more.
And that's a little bit too much. Wind behind you, out the back. Right thought, though, trying to keep Sen
16,
honest from coming
18.
closer to the net.
Yeah, little hold. I think the coach is saying it's the right shot, just keep it in.
Oh, great shot again. A lot of disguise on that one. Perfect line that we can see how
Yeah.
it just opens up his racket at the last second. Reverse cut straight down, hard to see.
I was leaning to the right, you know.
You're right out of your shoes on that one. I'll hold you up.
Okay, thanks.
Again, feeling the pressure on the far side. Sen tries
20,
to place it to the
game
net.
point,
This
16.
time, Thailand with his first game point in game 2.
And then Vitensarn looking more comfortable towards the tail end of this game. Looks like he's controlling the rallies. Sen seems to have slowed down a little bit.
Vitensarn with his first game point in this match.
There it
Straight
is.
down the
Game.
line. Just took one this
Second
time.
game, won by Kunmarut Vitensarn, 21-16, 1 game all.
Well, he evens it up at 1 game apiece. Vitensarn takes that second game, 21-16, 21 minutes of play in the second. Tied at 1 apiece.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Final game. Love all. Play.
Well, back on court, it's game number 3. On the far side in blue, Laksha Sen wins the first game 22-20 in a tight battle. Thailand pulls it off in the second. Vitinsarn wins that game handily 21-16. And now we're into the final.
Vitinsarn looking like finishing the second game in control and starting the third game in the same position. Starting to use a little bit more of his attack, and I think he's making some mistakes earlier on in the match, but seems to be a little more comfortable.
Now really going for the lines, and there you have a powerful smash straight down. Really trying to open the court. Both of these, you see them coming out flying. They know this one's important. Winner goes on to the finals.
Both looking for that good start, and looks like Sen's coming back at him as well.
Well, Vitinsarn, current champion here at the World Championships. Number 1 in the world.
1 all.
Well, Sen on the far side is the Asian champion, seeded 4 coming into this tournament.
Service over. Change. 2-1.
I think it's really important, these mistakes that you saw up and down, but it's the power and the pressure, trying to set each other up, going around to the corners, waiting for that opportunity. Great placement that time from Sen. Wasn't super hard, but trying to find the spots.
Yeah, just moving his opponent out of the center to the corners, opening the court up a bit more.
Oh, great net display by both these players.
Service over.
Thailand goes up on top, though.
3-2.
Vitinsarn, though, too, if he's more relaxed, this is when his shots start working a bit more. So let's see if he can focus again and go for his shots. A short one, going to be punished by Sen. Broken string at the same time. .49 minutes of play so far. Just into the third game now, 3-3. A little quick hit with the racket.
This is something they both do out of courtesy, really. You break your string, your opponent lets you hit a few shots just to get a feel for that new racket. And that was another rule that, not really a rule, but that was a rule that BWF was talking about eliminating, was getting rid of that hit, which is a couple seconds.
It is a couple of seconds, but you really don't see too many players switching afterwards, but it's just that, to get back into it. It's very brief.
It is.
4-3.
I think their whole concept is shortening the break times. .117 matches in men's singles have been played. It started in a big draw, 128 draw. So yeah, the draws are huge in these tournaments, the World Juniors.
4 all.
Well, there's 433 athletes here, and in the men's singles, 128 entries. So it's a full draw.
4.
Women's singles, just a little bit less at 117. Goes cross on that. Barely gets it back. Tries again, not always having Sen go straight up and back, and that's when he's tried to get him to stop, change directions.
Oh, yes.
And like you said, not a full-on smash, just one down the line, stretches VT Sen out of that center a little bit more than he's comfortable with, results in a mistake.
Well, Vitin Sarn only 17 years of age, so another year coming up. 5 foot 8 inches, that's 1.73 meters.
Speaking of the singles draw, being in Canada, we had our top singles player, Brian Yang, was ranked 14th, won 2 rounds and lost out in his 3rd round to the Japanese player, Hatanto. Great dive.
Oh, so
too good.
Vitin Sarn, watch how he comes in nice and quick. Barely gets that one back. Goes cross.
Hard to recover when you're on your stomach like that. I mean, you just can't get up off of that one too quickly.
Well, it's been a battle here in the 3rd game. 53 minutes of play for these boys.
Okay, Lectra.
Corner to corner. Smash, drop, net shots.
You know, they give stats about how many kilometers they cover in a singles match, but again, probably at this point we're at maybe 2 to 3 kilometers, but it's deceiving because, like we said earlier, it's stop and start, stop and start. There's way more energy being used than just a straight running kilometer use.
I remember doing some drills and you actually could take like lactic acid, how much lactic acid you would produce, and you go, and so you're able to do this out on the match as well.
I think both of these are experiencing that now, these rallies. Good long rallies. And again, lots of shots to the corners. These things, the shots are precise and down the line and moving each other around as much as they possibly can.
And if you can see Sen, look how low he was when he tried to place that one. That's a really hard one to get over at that angle.
Well, VT Sarn in the early part of the match was going after things and slightly missing them, and I think he played a little more conservatively to get himself back into the game. But to me, like you said, he looks more comfortable now, and I think that's probably not the spot that Sen wants him in. He wants to keep him guessing a bit more if he can.
Yeah, exactly. That's when he can use his weapons. When you keep that pressure on, it's harder to do. But once he gets into that groove, it's going to be hard to stop.
Yeah, that's the tough thing. You're playing somebody you know who's got all those weapons. You don't want them to feel so comfortable that they start using them all, because then you're really in trouble.
By the net also. Water. Up here.
Bird hits the tape and rolls over.
Thank you.
Little break for Sen.
Okay, players.
You're the umpire urging them both on. The umpire does not want them to have long breaks. They want to keep the play as continuous as they possibly can.
Well, you have Tai Zuying from Chinese Taipei. She's really tricky, her racket too. I would say one of the trickiest rackets out on the court, and just phenomenal to watch too.
She's so smooth. She's, you know, in the women's singles, she would be one of my favorite players to watch. Her and Michelle Lee. That's Michelle
there
there
you
for
go.
sure.
Yes,
I find their styles very similar, the two of them actually. But yeah, you're right. She's so smooth and very slight. It just glides around the court.
Oh, absolutely. And even Sina would say, I know she's going to play it there, but you know, she just lets it drop and then plays it from a lower angle. It's really incredible and fun to watch.
Good hold there by VT Sarn. Keeps Sen guessing. He sort of headed into the net, took the fake a bit, and then had to change up and go back for the clear.
Beautiful shot again. It was a short lift.
Nice cross-court net.
Sen nice and cool on that
Little
one. Actually
pirouette.
good. Yeah. Little reverse turn on that. Nice and easy, sends it to the back. That's the thing. If you can get that one extra shot,
Yes,
you
wait,
never know if
wait.
you can win it.
Yeah.
And he pulled it off. 8-8. 56 minutes of play. Sen wins the first
Back on
game,
court.
22-20. Fittingsar had a game point in that game and then changed it around, won 21-16, and now they're tied up at 8 apiece. Winner of this will be into the final tomorrow. The 2018 World Junior Championships.
Both players going for the towel. Tough roll for Sen. Didn't make it.
Service
He rolled
over.
it, but didn't go in.
9-8.
Both players take a little more time getting to the bird and looking for that recovery time.
Short lift, still getting it back. Great placement.
Wow.
Sails out the back.
Good attacking shots by both players.
10-8.
Both trying to get a little bit of the lead before the mid-game switch here.
Service over.
Sen goes cross court again. That time into the net. Now just trailing by 1.
That side and over
There's
here.
the lift by Vititsarn and just couldn't quite get it.
On this side.
Sen's gone straight down the line with his smash a few times and just kept Vititsarn
Perfect.
waiting in the middle a little bit longer. You
You see-
sometimes see the singles players hit slightly shorter. I almost feel like it's egging on their opponent, you know, give me a smash, I'm waiting for it.
9-10.
Did you ever do it that way?
Sometimes.
Okay,
No.
yeah. I did it that way, but not on purpose. There it is.
There it is, that cross court
Yeah.
trend. Again, Sen, another point. His weapon on that one. Now evened it off at 10 apiece. Watch how quick he comes in. Short lift, just at the last second.
Yeah, it's like he's found this combination that he's used twice in the last couple of rallies. Might be something for him to add in a bit more. He's been going straight down the line an awful lot, and I think he's found a bit of an opening there.
Use your feet. Use your feet.
Trying to say, use your feet just to wipe up that little bit of sweat. He has a little bit of strapping on his right shin.
Yeah, I think, you know, with the size of these draws and the intensity of these matches, pretty much everybody we're seeing out here has some kind of tape on them
10
somewhere.
all.
It's great, though. It is a nice sprung floor here at the Markham Center, which really makes a big difference. And then they put a mat over top, which has a little bit of cushion, but it's
Service
definitely
over.
the wood
11-10
underneath. It's
interval.
so important.
Change ends.
And there we go into the half. Thailand leading the way just by 1 point, 11-10.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Aye. going to be a minute lecture.
Well, there's a little injury out on court. The doctor comes back out to take a look. Little break for both
Blood
of
on the
these
hand.
players. The coach finalizes what he's going to talk to in between the break. Just wondering if he can play on or not. I think it's just on his
More of that spray,
hand.
maybe.
Maybe it's just on his hand this time. I thought it was on his
Oh,
shin.
maybe he cut himself. I think with all the diving, sometimes the players cut themselves, and they know they've got some pretty strict protocols as far as DNA or blood and that sort of
Right.
thing. So he's probably just taping him up so he's not.
Yeah, it
You know.
is. When you dive, it is. You do get like a brush burn sometimes on your knees. It depends how new the court is and how rough it is. But on your hands, on your knees, on your elbows, it actually can sting quite a bit.
Yeah. I mean, you have the courts are smoother now. There were some of these portable courts that were almost like sandpapery. And you do a dive, and there goes my knees.
It's good for grip, but not so good for your
Yeah.
body sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, a little bit of spray, clean it up. Usually if you put a Band-Aid on, it lasts maybe one rally,
Yeah,
and they usually
exactly.
throw it off shortly after. Well, we are getting good crowds here at the Markham Pan Am Center. It's been exciting 2 weeks. It started off with the team event, and then China won that one against Korea in the finals, and now we're into the I-level tournament, the individual of the World Championships. We're down to 8 countries now here in the semi-finals. Right, and we have India and Thailand on the court, but we had Indonesia. Denmark is now into the final, so another country. And
11, 10.
China, Japan,
play.
Malaysia, they're all top here.
Yeah. No, it's a good variety, like we said earlier. Markham's a good place to host this. It's probably one of the
12,
main
10.
badminton centers in the country here. And Canada in the team event, we reached 17th this time around, which is one slightly better than we reached last year.
Going in the right direction.
Yes.
There we go.
I
Always
think
good.
I think we were 19 the year before, so we're inching our way up.
So back on court on the far side, it's Thailand. Vitinsarn is up in the third game. It's 12-10. Sen takes the first game 22-20, and then
11,
Thailand
12.
21-16. Now just down by one. Sen in the blue on the near side. 64 minutes of play in this men's singles semifinals. Winner goes on to the finals tomorrow. Sen really digging
12, all.
deep and ties it back up at 12 apiece.
Yeah, Sen's got a really good mix of, he gets in those retrieval modes for a while, and then he comes out with the attacking shots again and keeps Vitinsarn on his toes.
13,
A little too
12.
tight on that one. Vitinsarn takes the lead again just by one. Again, both of these players corner to corner.
And you see the unofficial rule of badminton: if you're the one who hits the bird in the net, you go and get it and hand it to your opponent, or put it to his side of the net.
Great
Body shot.
attack, right at the body. Again, Sen's always kind of looking forward for those deceptive shots, but going at his body, very
14,
clever on that one.
12.
Yeah, I think it was a slightly short lift too. Didn't give Sen much time to react to that one.
Sen tries for a really
15,
tight
12.
shot. Feels his opponent on the other side.
Sen's going to make sure he doesn't let the Thai player run away with a few points here.
Short lift, right down the middle. Now up by 4. Thailand really putting that pressure on. You see someone different
16,
just out there
12.
flying. You can see that extra bit now.
Yeah, he starts to feel good, a little more momentum. This is where Sen's really got to be careful. He's got to push back.
Beautiful. What a shot.
17.
Yeah, the Thai player
12.
was deep in that corner. Deep again. And you could see Sen leaning for the straight one. And Vitits aren't able to pull it cross court. Oh.
How'd you do it?
Photo op.
Sen says, no way.
Yeah, I think it was an all or nothing.
Watch this get incredible. Sprawled all out. Barely gets his racket
Down.
on it. I'll take it.
Good shot.
Not sure if he was going to be ready for the next shot,
No, I
but
think, yeah, I think both of them hit the all or nothing
Service
shot,
judges,
and Vitins was lucky on his, or just better.
well, you see Vitins kind of
18,
settling in.
12.
Now up by 6.
And I think Sen is trying to put more pressure on him, but Sen's getting him back. He's able to return them, and I think Sen's got to try and make a dent here.
Beautiful shot, though. There you go.
That'll
Sen
do it.
right into the corner. Really had him stretched. Mixed it up
13,
beautifully on that
18.
one. He was there.
Yeah,
Service over.
he was looking for it. It was just too tight.
19, 13.
Vitins now with a 6-point lead. Winner last year of the World Juniors, #1 seed. Sen really putting up a fight, though. Excellent rally from the both of them. Vitins
Just missing
20,
that net shot.
match
A
point,
little,
13.
looked a little, getting a little soggy in the legs, perhaps.
Change.
Vitins now with the first match point. It's 2013. 70 minutes of battle here at the Markham Pan Am Center. First match point. And it just takes
Game.
one. Thailand pulls it off. 3 games. Vitins knows how to do it.
Yeah,
Nice and steady, came out flying.
Yeah, he hung in there right to the end. Good for him. He was
Match
going
won
back and forth,
by
but
Krumlovut, Vitins
he stuck with it.
20, 22, 21, 16, 21,
And there's confirmation
13.
of the score, 22-20, and then he pulls it off 21-16, 21-13. Thailand into the finals. And we're back here at the Markham Pan Am Center. Here's the order of play. It started off with a mixed doubles, and what a great game that was. It was Indonesia that led the way, then Denmark. Then we just saw an amazing 71 minutes of play, Thailand. And up next, we have the women's doubles. It's Tan and To versus Kusuma and Sugiarto. Then to finish it off, we'll have a men's singles, Li and Naroko in the finals. Well, up next is the women's doubles. It's the semifinals. We're looking at the bottom of the screen. It's Malaysia, Pearly Tan and Wei To up against Ripka Sugiarto and Kusuma. Number 3 seeds, number 2 seeds. All 4 seeds in the women's doubles have made it through. 1, 2, 3, and 4 into the semifinals. And to lead the way, it's Malaysia. Well, you see, after the men's singles, it was a fantastic battle out on court. And next up, we have the Malaysians. This duo, very tricky, very skillful racket, and it's going to be an interesting outcome on this one. And back on court, we have Sugiarto and Kusuma. Indonesia, they're number 2 seeds. Well, just making their way onto the court. Had a bit of warm up just next door. There's 3 practice courts. And coming down to do the coin toss now. Well, head-to-head, it's 1-1, so evened off. Last time, Tan and To won.
Which side? That side. One serve or receive? Who will receive? Ripka receive. Who will serve? You wait. You wait. Serve. Okay.
Pick serve or side. And they get a little bit of hitting just beforehand. And there we have Tan, 18 years of age, 165 centimeters tall. Ranking is 5. Kerda, Malaysia, highest world ranking is number 5. And there we have To Wei, 18 years of age, 162 centimeters. Ranking number 5, Malacca, Malaysia. And that's her top world ranking at the moment. Well, this is the way all 2 straight games. They got pushed against Thailand, 29-27, 21-15 in 32 minutes of play, but it was the quarterfinals they took pretty handily against Japan, 21-12, 21-10 in 29 minutes of play. And there you have Fabriana Kusuma, 17 years of age, 170 centimeters, ranking number 3. Jember, Indonesia, her highest world ranking is number 2. And partner Ripka Sugiarto, 18 years of age, 165 centimeters tall. Ranking number 3, her highest world ranking was number 1. Well, this is the way they've reached the semifinals. Hong Kong, 2 straight games, Chinese Taipei, and then against China. That was an upset, number 7, I guess, or it was a battle, I should say. It was 21-15 in the third, 56 minutes of play. And there's our umpire for today, John.
Ready to play?
Zhou Jen from Bahrain. And Anthony Quiros from Peru. Well, this will be an exciting match. Both of these teams battle it out. They like the long rallies. Great on defense, too, always moving the shuttle. Again, Indonesia's style, looking for those openings. But Malaysian team, very strong going into this tournament.
Yeah, like you said, both teams really fast, great defense, and great net play. All four of them really head into the net. Pearly Tam she's got really good reflexes. Always surprised at some of the stuff that comes back when she's being attacked. So should be some really intense rallies here, long rallies, partly because their defense is so good.
Ready? Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Fabriana Dipuji Kusuma, Ripka Sugiarto.
All right-handed
Indonesia.
players.
And on my left, Perli Kuten, Yivito, Malaysia. Yivito to serve, Fabriana Dipuji Ripka Sugiarto, Lavol, play.
Well, it's semifinals of the women's doubles on the far side. It's Malaysia, Tan and To up against Indonesia, the number 2 seeds,
Service over.
Kusuma
One
and
love.
Sugiarto. Well, in the women's doubles, all 4 seeds have made it to the top in the semifinals. It's the only event that we see that's happened, but number 1, 2, 3, and 4. And on court, you see the number 2 and number 3 seeds are going to battle it out. So should be an interesting
Service
pair up.
over. 1-all.
And similar to the mixed doubles, we'll see a lot of combinations of strong serving, strong rushes. Players all settling in.
Try to go cross court. That opens up the
Service
court as
over.
well. You have to be
Two
careful. You have
all.
to be, especially in women's doubles, you have to be so patient. Go for the long rallies to start it off. But if you go cross like that, it opens up the court. So you have to be ready to really cover that going cross.
It does. It's a guessing game. If you go straight too much, they're waiting for it and they anticipate it. You stick in the cross court like that on the other side of the court, you can catch them snoozing sometimes. But if they aren't and they're waiting for it, then you're right. It opens up the other side of the court and creates an opening on your team. And the other option are lots of attacking shots to the center of the court between the 2 defenders. We'll see lots of that today. It's that spot between both. Neither knows who's going to take it. I mean, ideally they do know, but there's always that point of indecision where neither is sure if the other's going to take it. So a lot of attacking shots down the middle, drop smashes.
And it's not exactly like you said, all down the middle, but for the other players, sometimes it's a little to the right or to the left because the cross court person, shifts over a wee little bit, so has more to cover, but has longer time because it's going cross court. So it's always moving, which is, especially in women's doubles, it's a lot of thinking game of where to place it.
It is. It's as a coach, I find it an easier game to watch and to use for players to learn strategy because it's a slightly slower pace game than the men's, and the rallies tend to be a little bit longer, and you can see what's happening a little easier. So I think it's a really good match, a really good event to watch for coaching.
A little too much and out the side, but it's always picking the, like you said, the defense is so good. You always have to try to mix it up, and just be patient.
Yeah, I mean, body shots between the 2 opponents, down the center, down the sideline sometimes, and then, like we said earlier in the mixed, some down at the ankle, some smashes aimed at the knees, some higher up. It's a lot of variety you have to put into the game, and I think some players don't always mix it up enough. They just haul off and blast it as hard as they can. And lots of communication too, even though some of these players will have played together for a number of years. They're going to be saying yours, mine, take it, things like that, just to make it clear cut who's supposed to take the shot.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a little extra go, go, yeah, if you're in there,
helps.
but yeah, it does, and it is that communication. I always try to tell the players that definitely talk it. It's an advantage. Why not talk out there?
Yeah, and I like the communication of what serve you're going to do as well. A lot of these players will indicate behind their back one way or the other, or they'll say it, which serve they're going to do before they actually do it, so their partner knows and is ready to expect it.
Quick one, good cut off that time. Pearly Chen waiting for her opportunity. Takes a chance. Again, attack in doubles, it's usually front and back, and that's where you will win most of the points. But most of the points are not from the power at the back, it's setting your partner up at the net.
Yeah, and Tan cruises around a lot. Some net players stay in a basic base, maybe around the tee or slightly back. She moves around her base an awful lot in the net, so she's very unpredictable, and she, like you said, she cruises around looking for things. And I think you'll find that's probably the setup. They prefer those two. Toe in the back, Tan in the front.
That stayed in. Toe thought it was going out the back. Good push right on the back line.
And the Indonesian team good at moving their opponents around when their opponents are attacking. They try to move them side to side at the back, look for the openings between the two players, but always trying to move them around.
Service over, 8-7.
Bit of an easy mistake there by Kasuma.
Oh, barely gets it back. What a get that time. Pearly Chen on the ground. A desperation shot, just gets her racket on it.
Great get. Umpire, at this stage, they're probably not really that as sweaty as they will be later on, so he's just telling them, you know, dry it off with your shoes. Indonesian team looking to the umpire, and the umpire warning Pearly not to cheer before the bird's on the line. He doesn't want her influencing the linesman.
Redirected that smash, a little lucky though.
Yeah.
It was on Kasuma's racket on that, puts it into the net. Malaysia are into the lead in the first game. It's 11-7 in 7 minutes of play. Tan and Toe.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. So, maybe put it inside. Thank you. 11-7. Play.
Well, Well, back on court, Malaysia is leading in the first game 11-7.
Service over. 8-11.
Both really trying back and forth, trying to figure out each other. This is their third time meeting. It's 1-1. The last time they met was in August, so just a few months ago, and
Too high.
Malaysia won that one. That was a
Service over.
service fault, too high on that one. Malaysia won 21-13, 21-18, but it was in July that Indonesia won at the Badminton Asian Junior Championships, and that was 21-12, 21-16.
And going back to that service fault, her serve making contact with the bird too high, that was the other rule that was changed earlier this year, where the service was set at a set height now. All players must serve at the exact same height or below it, which is 1.15 meters.
Play.
A little bit of arguments about that one on the way, but that's the agreed height now.
Players are adapting, but yes, there's a plastic stick that's out there that shows a line for the umpire or the service judge, excuse me, to see. But here I've asked, and they say no. In juniors, they still just use it, and it's about the third rib, or you can almost say your elbow. Like if you're standing up, that's about the height of where the serve has to be hit, struck below.
Service over. 14-9.
Still Malaysia.
Malaysia in the lead, and Indonesia, the Indonesian team's looking like they're still trying to settle in. A few unforced errors, maybe a little choppy, just trying to get into the game a little more consistently here.
We have 74 teams in the women's doubles, and now we're into the semifinals. So the last 4 teams are playing for a spot at the finals tomorrow. Into the net, an easy one, easy point for Indonesia.
Service over. 10-14.
Now just down by 4. You'll have to work your way in to the rallies.
Play.
Top Canadian team in the women's doubles was Crystal Lai and Wendy Zhang. They got through to the 3rd round. Losing out to the Chinese Taipei team.
Great smash shot, one goes across. Partner picks it up, keeps that pressure on. Toe really forcing it at the net.
15-10.
Now with a 5-point lead, just watch, placing it nicely.
And good rotation there. You see Tam go back, Toe come in. And obviously they cruise around the court really well, but they know their positions. When one hits and fades out, the other one takes their place. And when there's an opening, one of them is cruising into the net to put the pressure on at the net.
Just a mistake into the net. Indonesia inching their way back into the first game. A quick racket change. Picks a spot.
Lots of strong defense from both teams. The Indonesians seem a little more defensive than the Malaysian team at this point.
Service over.
Again, just keeping that pressure on at the net.
Kasuma just needs to settle in a bit. She's a little rocky still.
Fantastic rally. Tries for the drop shot too much. Toei Wei screams, tries to throw it off. Indonesia working their way back into it. Great defense.
Trying to disguise her drop into a smash, but just missed it. All 4 players moving the bird around the court, both in drives and clears and smashes. Lots of variety in that last rally.
A quick one out the side.
13,
Again, one of those
16.
fast first 3-shot type rallies where it's just serve and rush. So important in doubles, mixed doubles. Had a conversation with Canadian Olympian Toby Ng, who's doing his thesis on the first 4 shots back at school.
Again, tries that drop shot.
Yeah.
Just,
It's
14, 16.
these are the easy mistakes, especially in doubles. You have to get the shot over first.
yeah, they're trying to win the rally on the drop, and I think
It's more of a setup.
It is.
If you win perfect, it's wonderful, well done. But it's more of a setup shot.
Yeah.
So don't try to fake them out. Just try to get it over, and then the next one.
yeah. And if it's not on, then don't do it for a bit. Wait until you're hitting it over.
There's another one. There's
Again.
that mistake. It's okay to drop. I'm not saying don't drop.
Yeah.
Make sure it goes over.
Yeah,
though.
it doesn't have to be that tight. I think they want it. They want to win the rally on it, and I think they probably often do. But 3 gimme points in a row there let the Indonesians back in the game. And it's patience. It doesn't have to be that tight.
Play.
Especially, I've learned that over the years against Indonesia. I play poly sometimes, and that's it. And you have to keep working 50, 60 shot rallies. Guess what? The next one's 70 shots.
Yeah,
So
they'll
it's
lift
not,
it.
even if you have these long shots, it can be the next one and the next one. So that,
Service over.
especially with your age, you learn that you have to be patient. A lot of half-court singles. I played that tons and tons and tons because women's doubles or doubles, it is a lot of half-court, the long rallies.
And back at it, the Indonesians, same thing.
18, 15.
I mean, there is an urge to hit the perfect shot. You know, and you know that the other team is coming into the net, so you want to hit it tight.
Play.
Good serve.
Now at the back, just trying to find that court now. Indonesia just down by 2. Came back. Serve into the net, easy point for
Service
Malaysia.
over. 19, 16.
Toe way to serve.
There's Toe signaling to Tan the serve she's about to do.
Oh, that's just out the back. Another one.
Service over. 17, 19.
19-17 for Malaysia. Tan and Toe.
There's that patience you're talking about by Tan, not trying to win the rally right off on it.
Yeah, waiting for that. That's much better now.
Yeah.
They're into it both ways.
Down the
Nice
middle.
and steady.
Yeah.
Moving it around the court. Sugiarto into the net. She was kind of falling back when she was playing that shot. That's a high-risk shot. Just send it right back to the
Yeah.
back of the line. It's game point now for Malaysia. Tan and Toe with their first point.
A different kind of a rally there, but the Malaysians more patient, and they've been rushing it a little bit as far as rushing the point, and they just backed off a little bit, and it paid off for them. Whoa! Oh, good rush.
Very good. Just held it at the last second. Used her finger power.
Yeah, faked it to the backhand side of the court, held it, and flipped it to the other side.
Save 1 game point. Another one beautifully placed. She read that so well. So Sugiarto was right there at the net.
Yeah, taking a chance, paid off.
Another game point saved, 19-20.
Body shot, yep, short lift.
Pearly Tan with the big explosive power on that one. Puts it right at the body.
21-19.
Took a few chances, but Malaysia pulled off the first game, 21-19, 19 minutes of play.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Second game, level, play.
Well, back on court in the women's doubles semifinals at the Markham Pan Am Center. Home to the 2015 Pan Am Games, where Malaysia pulls the first game off. And now Indonesia is leading by 1.
And Indonesia seemed to have a bit of a slow start. Came on strong towards the tail end of that first game, so it'll be interesting to see if they can maintain that, even though they lost the first game, but use a bit of that momentum for the second one. And so far, it looks like they are. The quick 3-0 lead.
Well, we saw Rudy Gunawan Hardianto out on court coaching, and a great team of coaches from Indonesia. You have Suzy Sunsanti and Alan Buddha Kusuma here as well, and a big, huge team of legends, of badminton players from Indonesia.
Yeah, no lack of experience on the coaching side.
Well, yes, Kusuma and Sugiarto, yeah, just trying to get on attack a little bit sooner than they did in the first game.
Yeah, I think they were a little overly defensive and allowed allowed Toe and Tan to take it to them a little bit, but they definitely solidified their game a little bit more towards the tail end of that first game.
So off to a good start, Indonesia on the far side in red, 5-0.
Service over, 1-5.
Great cutoff, there we go.
Great defense. Good cutoff by Pearly Tan.
Again, waiting for that, comes off the net a little bit more, waiting for that, and then pushes forwards. Well, they won the Malaysian Junior Open earlier this year, and some finals along the way at the Junior Asian Championships. Won the Dutch Junior as well, so the Malaysian team has some wins behind them, starting to play in open events as well. Well, Toe with the big put away at the net, keeps that pressure on. It's always hit, 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 come forward. You don't want to let up and just keep that on.
That's right, and they are attacking well. They're moving the bird around well. Their drops are starting to pop in where they weren't in the first game, where they lost control of the drops a little bit. Looks like they've found their mark again.
Well, this Indonesian team, they've also won the Asian Championships recently, and that was a big win. They've made some finals at the Indian International and the Malaysian International, also playing some open tournaments as well. Semi-finals of the Indonesian Masters, so on the way up, ranked number 3 here. Found the hole, out of reach.
Good opening up of the court, move the bird around. Both Indonesian players leaning towards the one side, that around the head side, and the net player stayed there. And again, you know, opening that court up, using all the corners, making the players cover lots of spots in the court to create those openings you can go after.
Nice clip down. It's not always hard. It's just the right spots. Great anticipation at the net. Takes the power, takes the speed off. Beautiful spot. Always working to find those holes. Watch us rack it up nice and high. Just takes the pace off. Kasumo down the middle of the court.
Yeah. Good block down the center. And if you watch Sugiardo, she's got that very short grip, defense and drives. She keeps a very short grip so she can move her racket quickly. It's a big feature of a lot of the strong women's doubles players. They use the shorter grip for fast reaction time.
Well, quick change of rackets. Little towel down while Pearly Tan stays on court. Says, "Oh, I'll wait for you guys."
Did Toe break a racket on that one? That racket clash?
A little, yeah. I think it went. So.
Like I said, they string them so tight, you can't really connect rackets and not have one break. Right idea, just missed it.
8-5.
Toiwei tries to go cross court on that one. Too much. Malaysia's also had #1 in the world at one time, and we got to play Chen Yiwei and Wang Pite. Very good doubles teams. They're now coaching, but they reached #1 in women's doubles for Malaysia, which is pretty incredible as well. Indonesia's had a bunch of #1s in the past, but
for sure. Yeah, they've got a strong tradition in all the events. Good block.
Actually, my favorite two places to play are Indonesia and Malaysia, actually. They were always fun. The crowds were always wild and behind you. Other great places, but those two were my favorites for sure.
It's nice to play somewhere where everybody gets badminton and they're into it, and you know, they just love the sport.
I love it. Love it. Loud, screaming, carrying on. It was always fun places to play.
We had a bit of that here when Japan and China were playing off in the team event. It was pretty close. Japan was up 2-1, and they had match point a couple times, and it was like
two match
super
points
loud in here.
to win the tie.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was tough, but China pulled it off. Oh, that just sat in there. I thought it was going out by this angle too.
Yeah, from this angle, it looked like it was sailing out, but it hung in there. A little body shot to Pearly 10, but she kept it in.
Sugiarto's taped up her arm.
Maybe it's that drift you were talking about. Saved her. 7-9, Malaysian serving.
Service over.
Sugiarto lets that one's shot drop. Well left out the back. Now up by 3.
Eleven, 7, interval.
Well, Indonesia getting on attack, placing it well in the second game. They're leading the way 11-7. 11 minutes of play.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Coach, return to your chair, please.
Speaking of your favorite places in Malaysia, the national sport of Malaysia is badminton, so no wonder they like it so much.
Yeah, I had a coach when I was in juniors, Dominic Sung from Ottawa as well, and he took 4 of us over from your club as well. There was 4 of us when we were 16, and we trained in Malaysia for a month.
11.
So got to play there in KL, and then many times in tournaments afterwards. But
well, they have their top player right now, Lee Chong-wei, who they did a movie on Lee Chong-wei, and the opening day was held in a stadium and had the record for the highest number of movie attendance for an opening day in Asia ever. 20,000 people came to watch his movie.
wow, yeah.
I'm waiting for it to come on Netflix.
And of course, you have Taufik Hidayat from Indonesia as well. I mean, so many legends, but won the Olympics in 2004 and then Worlds right afterwards.
Service over. 9, 11.
Good long rally there. Malaysians trying to crawl back into the match.
Well, she went to play that. Sugiarto wasn't sure.
I think she's gonna play it. Then she thought she'd leave it, but she made contact with it. Good attack by Toe at the net.
11 all.
Exactly. Watch where she's standing on that one. Gets her racket up nicely. Places it right to the body. Again, they don't play a lot of soft shots, these Malaysian teams.
No.
As soon as you have that opportunity, they keep hitting, hit.
Yeah,
Don't let up.
Yeah, they sort of hit and move in, and just keep going at you. Which it's tough. If you're barely getting them, there's not much you can do with it other than shovel it right back at them, and they're ready for it.
Service over. 12, 11.
There's Kasuma and then Sugiarto finishing it off. And good communication there. Kasuma could have moved in and taken it, but she backed off, saw Sugiarto going for it. That's sort of that communication or almost unspoken communication you see from doubles partners when they've been playing together for a while. Oh, good shot.
Pearly Tan with the big smiles.
12 all.
Watch out. Perfectly placed to the net. Looks like she was going to hit it hard. Takes the pace off. Now back at 12 apiece.
Play.
Both of these trying to redirect the smashes or the drives. You always try to find that opening, and all four players actually can do it really well.
Yeah.
You know, on defense, sometimes people right away they just want to react, get it back, but you have to try to place it somewhere, and that makes a big difference.
Yeah, you have to have an idea in your head where you want to put it next. And I think some players, like you say, they just react to it and hit it back over. And obviously hitting it over is your first goal, but you can see Toe right there. She puts one cross court, she's already planning for the next one. And I think you have to think ahead like that when you're on defense. Otherwise, you do end up just shoveling it over. And a lot of players tend to shovel it over straight. You just tend to return it straight back where it came from. And I think you have to be aware of moving your opponent again, moving them around the court more, not just hitting it right back at them.
Pearly Tan again coming in nice and strong.
14, 13.
Nice high reach on that. Now up by one.
You see Kasuma trying to head in. She knew it was coming to the net, but just couldn't get there in time. Long serve. Haven't seen many of those at all today in the doubles or mixed doubles.
Service over. 14 all.
Well, it's neck and neck. It's 14 again, all again. It's been 35 minutes of play in this semifinals of the women's doubles. Winners go on to tomorrow for the finals.
Change up, really good change up. Toe hits the straight one. Really Tan comes in for the setup on the other side of the net to kill. Again, another example of a team that's comfortable with each other. They know where the other person's going to go.
Well, we saw some Kasuma and Sugiyoto. They came out in the second game. They looked a little bit stronger, but now Malaysia is just kind of, you know, getting into the second game as well and really putting the pressure on. A big change right now. You can see the Malaysians are favorite now.
Well, I think the Indonesian team, they do a lot of lifting, and I think when it works, but when it's not working, you have to be able to turn it around and do some more attacking. And I think they get caught a little bit if the other team's attack starts to work well. They need to change it up a bit more.
Fairly, go. Play.
The umpire says play on to Toe.
Oh, tough.
Service over.
It's the right idea.
Yeah, Kasuma knew what she needed to do on that one, but if you just watch her, it was just a second longer than it should have been, and she was there, but just waited on it and put it into the net.
Yeah, a little bit of a pause. Yeah.
Malaysia now up again, but 16-15. Hit a short one. Gets it back, but comes across the body on that one, Sugiyoto. Still fighting their way back in. Now it leveled it off at 16 apiece.
Great spot. Great spot. She's got a really good eye. Pearly Tam has a really good eye for where the openings in the court are.
Yes, exactly. Again, right to the net, takes that pace off. It's not easy to take the pace off when you're hitting hard and then placing it. Perfect placement.
Yeah. It's really well thought out. It's like we were saying earlier. She plans ahead more than one shot. She's looking for the next opening.
Oh, so Gyarto heard what you said. Let me do it now.
Yeah, and she was leaning in on it too.
Great placement down on the
10 pull a muscle.
leg. Yeah, it didn't.
Fairly.
Just going to clean it up a little bit. Watch this. Couldn't get to, oh, yeah, it does look a little
She
bit.
pulled something, yeah, the quad, upper quad.
Yeah, the way she fell, it was kind of like she jammed her quad a little bit. She knows it's so close. It's 17 all. She doesn't really want it. Sometimes it's a break when you call the doctor onto court.
Yeah.
She wants to keep playing. She knows, she feels it, but at this point she's like, you know what? If we can win in 2, I'll see the doctor afterwards.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
A little mentally too. Sometimes you feel something, whether you get hurt or not, it still scares you in the head. Well, that's out the back. Keep fighting.
Yeah.
3 points away now.
18-70.
She doesn't feel a thing at the moment in her leg.
Wow. Kasuma read that right from the beginning.
Yeah, she took her chances, and that's what they need to do, the Indonesians. I think take a few more chances.
Yeah.
Just don't sit back. They're great when they're on attack, but they just need to take that initiative a bit, and she did it there. Perfectly placed shot again. Kasuma, she doesn't hit really hard. A lot of the times it's more of a setup shot.
Yeah, just placing it around, and Sugiarto also starting to cruise around a little bit more, looking to, like you said, take a few chances.
Yeah, they set each other up so well, and then Sugiarto to place it so well at the end. Down the middle. When in doubt, down the middle.
Yep.
41 minutes of play right now. Malaysia won the first game 21-19, and now Indonesia leading the second 19-18.
Oh, good blocks at the net by Toe.
Toei all over that one, ties it back up at 19 apiece. So quick.
Play.
Sugiarto into the net, gives Malaysia their first match point. It's 20-19 for Malaysia.
Tough break by Sugiarto. She knew where she wanted to put it. She was in the right spot, just missed it.
Toei way to serve. To Sugiarto. Malaysia did it. Malaysia into the finals. The women's doubles. Toe and Tan. One match point was all needed.
Yeah, another one of those rallies. The Indonesians seemed to know where it was going. They knew what they wanted to do and just didn't connect with it.
Ibitoy.
Well, Pearly Tan
21-19,
really good, cutting it
21-19.
off, finding the placements. Malaysia pull it off 2 straight games in 43 minutes of play. High fives from the coaches, big smiles. Well played by To Yi Wei and Pearly Tan.
Good turnaround from them, down 5-0 in the second game, too.
Both games were won 21-19, 21-19. Malaysia into the final. We're back at Markham Pan Am Center, the order of play. And we started off with the mixed doubles. It was Indonesia 69 minutes, 21-19. And now we're in the finals of the men's singles. It's the semi-finals. It's Li Shifeng and Kodai Naraoka from Japan. The number 3 seed. Kodai not seeded. This will be the last match on court number 1 for this evening. And here's the men's singles semifinals. We're looking at the bottom of the draw. Li Shifeng and Kodai Naraoka will be playing Thailand tomorrow in the final. So this is who will go on to the final tomorrow. And to lead the way, Kodai Naraoka from Japan. Not seeded here, but he should be one of the top 4 seeds. It's just because he doesn't have enough tournaments that qualify for that seeded position. But in my books, he would definitely be one of the top 4. Great all-around player, nice and steady. And Li Shifeng leading the way out onto court now. He's number 3rd in the world. Number 3rd seed here as well from China. Solid all-around player, tall, great reach. Played a lot in the team event, pulled one off. Tough one in the semifinals, actually. He's playing, his opponent was a 90-minute match. Japan pulled that one off in the team event, but the tie was won by China. So that would be the only head-to-head that we would have. It wouldn't be up here. It would be from just a few days ago.
And Li Shifeng, so Kodai Naraoka. Okay, Li Shifeng, he said you want black or red? Red? Okay. He calls for red.
Li Shifeng takes the far side. There's a little bit more of a wind behind Li Shifeng. There's a drift a little bit to the left of the side of the court and from behind as well. So just asking our umpire first. There's a few other things in the player's box. Once they get on court, they'll have a 2-minute warm-up. Both of these players have played a lot in the team event this last week and in the individual as well, so they know the hall. They know how it plays. Here's the first one. It's Li Shifeng, number 3 rank. Highest was number 3 in Jingzhou, China. 18 years of age, 182 centimeters tall. And this is a way he pushed a little bit against Ireland the other day. Nat, 21-14 in the third, 62 minutes. Korea 1 and 2 straight ones. Singapore and India as well. So into the semi-finals now. There's Kodai Naroko, 17 years of age, 173 centimeters tall. 19 was his ranking right now. Highest was number 2, Amori, Japan. And this is his way along to the semifinals. Had a tough one against Singapore. Number 8 seeds pulls that one off in 73 minutes. Beat China 50 minutes, and then yesterday in the quarterfinals in the 44 minutes play. First one was tough, 21-19, and then 21-8 in the second. Well, Mohammed Ismail today will be our umpire. And our service judge, Asa Salzberg from Sweden.
Ready to play?
Well, final preparations. I'll change, have a quick drink, get the rackets in hand, and battle it out here. Again, the last time they met, 90 minutes of play.
Eey. Nice. You know, 3 of the 4 singles players in the men's division that we will have seen today were all in the semis of the Youth Olympics. The only one who wasn't was Vitit Sarn, who won the Worlds last year, World Juniors. So obviously, like you said, Naraoka doesn't have the seed, but obviously deserves to be where he is, having done so well in the past few tournaments and made the semis of the Youth Olympics. He lost 24-22 in the third to Chen, so expecting a strong match here.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Kodai Naraoka, Japan. And on my left, Li Shifeng, China. Kodai Naraoka to serve. Love all. Play.
Well, Japan in white and red on the near court, Kodai Naraoka. And on the far court, the number 3 seed, Li Shifeng from China in blue. First rally just out the side, and China on the board.
Service over.
We were talking about juniors ranked in the adult division. Li is 45th in the world in the adult division in singles. So again, one of these juniors making their mark already.
Yeah, both these players all around, definitely Li Shifeng. Very clever out there, very tactical, sets it up so well, but all around safe player, very nice to watch. And then you have Kodai on this side, technically very good. He's on the B national team over in Japan, so he is playing way more. He only played 1 junior tournament, and that was, as you mentioned, the Youth Olympics.
Well, Lee certainly has the height. I know we found Wei and Christopherson ended up actually being the same height, even though Christopherson looks so much taller. I would say he actually is taller in this case. He's got that reach.
Yes, he is. He's almost 9 centimeters taller on the far side.
Okay, it looks it.
Noroko will run down the shot, so and he was number 2 at the Osaka International Challenge, so that's an open one. Youth Olympics was a semi-finalist, but 16's at the Canadian Opens, or quarters, so making his mark on the open scene as well.
It's over. 1-3.
Oh, they know it's going to be a long go here, so taking the breaks when they can.
Starting early. A lot of times the umpires don't let them have a break, go for the water this early in the game, but
Li Shifeng.
We'll see.
He won the Youth Olympics, but he's had some finals at the German Junior, Dutch Junior, and the Korean Junior. He's made all of those finals.
Play.
Quarterfinals at the Asian Championships earlier.
Good cutoff by Lee. He's going to use his height to try cut those passing shots off and put more pressure on Naruoka. And as we saw in the last men's singles match, lots of short serves, more short serves than long serves.
5-1.
Yeah, that was a 6-hour tie the other day in the team event. You have women's singles, men's singles, women's doubles, and a mixed. So it was over 6 hours, and Naruoka, it was because this was a 90-minute match, and it was pushed right to the end. 21-19. Actually, Mizui in the women's singles had 2 match points to beat China in the team event, but unable to pull it off.
Yeah.
And Wang Zi, 22-20 in the final.
Yeah, there's a lot of. Well, I think both in the men's singles and the women's singles, there's a lot of very similar leveled players, and in a lot of cases, it depends who's on that day. They've all traded around a bit.
Well, it just shows how much variety right now in badminton, which is fantastic, because for a while China did dominate. Now you have Japan, India, Denmark, all these different nations that are really making them run for their money.
No, I think it's really good for the sport. I think the IOC was looking for a bit more of a mix, and it's just happened that way, that a lot of the other countries have come on stronger to challenge those 2 or 3 main countries, which were essentially China and Korea. And now, like we said, Japan's in there, Thailand's in there, India's in there. Canada's trying to get in there.
Getting there.
Had a few dents. Michelle Lee's doing well.
Oh, absolutely. Won the Macau recently.
Yeah.
Commonwealth
I
Games
think
champ.
she's 16th in the world. I think Rachel Hondrick's singles ranking is in the high 30s now. So
Beautiful net shot to set it up. Again, right back to the back of the line.
yeah, good length.
Nice and steady.
Little drill going on here. Well, Naruoka thought it might be out, but he's back in the rally again.
They make it look so easy, but this is actually very tiring. Back and forth. And that's just
Yeah.
wide. Well left, but he knows it's hard work.
Yeah, that's a tiring rally at 5-all in the first, especially if you know you could be going for 90 minutes. They probably try not to think about that.
Quick. Only Taoli.
Naroka was really lucky too when he was playing that in the third game. He started cramping up. You could just see his legs going, and then he was able to pull it off.
Oh, really?
But yeah.
Okay.
Said
Yeah.
only Taoli. No drink.
So the umpire said just a quick towel. Don't bother with the drink. It's up to him.
Play.
They do get a break at 11 points, but sometimes the way they work on court, you need more than that.
Naroka looks like he's a little ginger on his feet, sort of, you know, just testing him out a bit. It's almost like he's aware of that cramping possibility.
Well, he always seems to want to try to stretch his calves a little bit. He works hard on court, but that in the way he just walks around, but
Five.
nice and steady and can surprise a whole bunch of people there. He's
He's
just kind of doing
stretching
that
him out.
little, that's
dip,
a little
you know,
dance. It's a dance he does on court.
A ritual.
Yeah.
Did you have any rituals when you played, like things you did just to sort of get yourself comfortable?
Not really. Just made sure you had a really good warm-up going in. So especially on the warm-up, I'd smash a lot and like hit hard, and that's the nerves. That's getting your speed up and everything. But a ritual, no. Just maybe check my shoes every time to make sure they're tight enough before the game started, I guess.
I had a player that used to go tap the tee almost after every rally. Like, what are you doing? It's good luck.
Was
Didn't
it good
always
enough
work.
for him?
Didn't
No, I
always
was going to
work,
say,
yeah.
I don't know about that. Not sure. Well, 6 apiece, and Li Shifeng knows what he has to do, but it is hard work out there. Naroka really makes him move around all 4 corners and good on defense as well, so just always waits for his opportunity.
Nice hold. Similar to what we saw in the last men's singles match, but that little net hold, little push, looks like you're about to clear it, block it to the net. Forces your opponent to pause and either make them later for the shot or completely not be able to get it, which is the case here.
That's out the side again, trying to find the backhand corner, which is hard to find.
6.
Naroka's so quick, goes around the head, but so Li Shifeng really trying to find his backhand.
Great off-speed drop by Li Shifeng.
Service
A stick
over.
smash. It's not full-on smash, not completely
7,
soft drop. It just puts
8.
that bird down the sideline. Moves Naroka just out of position a bit. And Li's got that different styles within each rally. Sort of slow, good length clears, and then he'll come out with an attacking barrage of a few shots, and then some of these off-speed shots. But he's able to do that comfortable pace, wait for his moment. And there it is.
8. All.
He knows he can't go out there and blast away because Naroka will just tire him out. So he's just moving around, both players moving each other around. Li at the moment has a little bit more advantage on the attack.
Yeah, but you have to wait. Exactly, you wait for those opportunities, and then you really hammer it to him.
Yeah, you can't start too early if you think you've got a long match ahead of you because you'll just run out of steam.
And Li Shifeng, 18 years of age. Has a longer reach, 182 centimeters, 9 centimeters extra to reach. Well, Japan, it doesn't matter. I've seen 5 feet, some of the smaller
Yeah.
Japanese players, and you know what? They go to every corner. They work so hard, and then they lift. That's what exactly off the net too. You think you do this fantastic lift, and then they just baseline it right
Yeah.
on the very back line again.
9.
Yeah, and that's so hard.
Hey.
I know what you mean. You think you've hit this perfect shot. It's like, okay, I don't have to go far back. And it's like, really? They
Yeah.
managed to put it right to the back line again. Great defense by Naruoka. He's got that low base.
Chen.
Lee going after the point there, not quite getting it. Trying to rush the point. Naruoka seems happy right now to retrieve and clear and just move Lee around. Nice block.
11.
And
8.
Naruoka
Interval.
takes the first 11 points.
Yeah, it just stays in it, just fighting their way back. 11-8 in 12 minutes of play.
Twenty seconds. 20 seconds.
So the Japanese coach is putting an ice pack on Naruoka's neck, just trying to cool him off a bit.
Eleven. 8.
Well, back on
Play.
court from the break. Naruoka from Japan leading the way 11-8. Yeah, we've seen some long rallies to start it off, and I think that's an easy one, easy out the side, but waiting for that opportunity is so
over.
important for these two.
Yeah, if they rush it, we had a rally
9,
earlier where Lee was trying to put the bird on the
11.
floor, and I think he does have to attack, but he's got to make sure he doesn't just blast away, because Naruoka will be quite comfortable with that. Both of these guys have really good defense, so it's tough to put that bird on the floor unless you've got an easy setup or put away.
And if you do it too soon, you put yourself into trouble.
Yeah, you waste some valuable energy and you put yourself in trouble, like you said. Hold, great hold at the net there. Oh, good.
Excellent, so quick. That's when that explosive power, he waits for that opportunity, goes cross court. Excellent shot.
Yeah, really good combo. Smash the forehand and then get in there fast, block it off to the back end at the net, and Lee just can't recover off the smash defense and get to the net in time.
There.
Well, Li Shifeng working around the court.
Thank you.
Not
Yeah.
just water, these, especially when you're working that much, you do need a sports drink just to get some of the extra minerals in you, and because the rallies are long, the games can be long.
Play.
Well, I remember at the end of the All Englands sometimes, or in the course of the tournament, in the hotel, there'd be boxes of Coca-Cola lined up outside on the floor of the Chinese players. After the matches, they'd just drink buckets of the stuff. Not sure if that was
Target.
science.
9.
Not sure if they
It seemed to work, or they
Still
just
do
like the
it, or-
flavor. I don't know. Maybe not. He got it. Good down the line smash.
Service over. 10. 13.
His coach is saying 11 more of those.
That's a short one, but still keeps it going. Just out wide from the side. Cuts over the shuttle sometimes. Not always hard by Li Shifeng.
10.
Yeah, and Lee seems content to go after Naraoka's forehand. He's not really working the backhand side much. He's clearing a lot down that forehand side.
Well, as earlier, we were trying to see if he was trying to get to that backhand, but there is a drift going to the left, so maybe he switched it up after making a few of those mistakes.
Play half court. I don't know. Whoa. Good brush at the net. Naraoka knows he can't hit it straight on. He's got to brush over top of the bird. It pulls the bird over the net without him following through or making contact over the net. It's a tough shot to do, but he was ready for it, looking for that net shot back from Lee. Yeah, Lee's trying to come out with the attack, but he's not quite getting Naraoka out of position enough to put on the floor.
No, and it's so hard when you're attacking and everything's coming back as well. Trying his best, puts it tight to the net too much.
Yeah, Naraoka's just able to cover those lines. I think it's like you said, though, he's putting Lee deep enough in the rear court that Lee's smash, by the time it gets to him, he has time to react to it.
Seventeen, 10. Li Shifeng.
It's interesting, Naraoka, he's got that swing almost like the top Japanese player, Kento Momoto. A lot of the Japanese players bring their swing down low, and you watch Li Shifeng, his swing for overhead starts, gets his racket up a bit sooner.
There's that drift we're talking about to the left of the screen. It just sits in, especially coming straight down like that. If it was a short one, I think I would have played it.
Yeah, we've seen a couple like that that look like they're going to go out and they blow in.
Service
Li
over.
Shifeng
11, 18.
just gets his racket on a few of them.
One of the few full-on smashes we've seen Naraoka do from the rear court. He's not doing a whole lot of those, sort of saving his energy.
Play.
That time. Another one just wide now. Naraoka
19,
2 points
11.
away from taking the first game. 19 minutes of play. Even at the beginning of the game, but now Japan with an 8-point lead.
It's hard for Lee to make a dent in Naraoka. He's trying to come at him with his attacking shots and not putting too many on the floor. And
Game
otherwise,
point,
Naraoka's just moving
11.
him around the court, keeping on the back line. And
Really mixing it up, really
Yeah.
knowing what to do and mixing it up. It's game point. Japan, 2011. One
Game.
time asking, Naraoka takes the
First
first game
owned by
in
Kodai
style.
Naraoka, 21,
Close at the beginning
11.
and then pulled away. 21 minutes. Confirmation 21-11.
Seconds. 20 seconds. Second game. Love all. Play.
Well, back on court in game number 2. Japan takes the first game. And now 21-11. And now into the second in the final game for the semifinals of this World Championships.
that's
Beautiful shot.
I think Lee's got to come out and put a
Service
little bit of
over.
more pressure on the
One.
pace of the game.
Love.
I think he's got to find something between doing the all-out attack and simply clearing and dropping and moving Naraoka around comfortably. I think he's got to put a little bit more pace and speed him up a bit.
Two. Love.
Good block by Naraoka.
Service over.
He really has a knack for
One.
making Lee cover every
Two.
inch of the court.
Yeah,
he-
exactly. He places it so well, puts it into the right spots.
He really does. It's not the sort of dynamic, full-on attacking game that we see from a lot of the men's singles player, but he just makes his opponent go all over the court. Great block. Just out.
Two. All.
He's got a super solid defense, Naraoka does. Keeping even with Lee, not letting him take off early in the second game, keeping pace with him. Great,
Oh,
great
yeah,
cross.
there you go. It's not all about the power, it's about
Service
where to
over.
place it and just cuts on that one, and it comes
3,
down so quickly. Great
2.
angles.
Yeah, just take a little speed off of it. He's won 2 out of his 3 points with that shot so far. Just missing that down the line shot. Lee's trying to
Service
play
over.
Naroka close to the corners, but is just missing those line
3,
shots right now. He's got to
all.
tidy those up a bit.
Really just making him reach on that one. Tries to grab the shuttle. Again, just the stretching of the calves throughout the whole game.
Yeah.
They work hard. As Park Jo-bong is over in Japan for the last many years, training them. Really see the depth of Japan. They've always been good, but it's that next level now, and now they're one of the best.
Yeah, he's done a huge job with the Japanese team. Like you said, they were all on the cusp. Japan was on the cusp of being a really strong nation with some good players, but he's just brought the whole level up of that country's team.
And not just that, he's brought the teams together. So you have club teams, you have company teams, school teams, and then the national team. And the national team was kind of almost pushed. Okay, the companies didn't really want you to go there, but now they all bought in. You do your company team maybe quarter of the time, national team, and then the tournament. So about 100 days in each of the 3 locations, and now you see the results. So still not totally centralized either, but they come together before the tournaments.
5.
Well,
Whoa.
it's working. I mean, centralized isn't always the best way either, because everybody's in one spot. It empties out the rest of the country. So
I guess it depends how big your countries are,
Yeah.
how many players you have. Canada, yes, smaller, but all these other ones, I still think there's a big benefit when you put all the best players together.
no, I think you're right. It's tough when we have a big country like ours. You empty out the rest of it, and then and we go back and forth on that. I mean, every couple of years we centralize our stuff, our training, and then we break it up again and go back and forth.
Service over.
So
5.
now even at 5 apiece, Li Shifeng really trying to get back into this match. He knows it's do or die now. He would like to get into the finals. Actually, China never won any of the medals last year. They won the
Play.
team event, but in the individuals, they did not win a gold. And that's very unusual for China, so they want to change that. But the man on the far side says,
6.
I'd like to
5.
see a Japanese win the men's singles this time around.
Yeah, I think Japan's trying to do something about that.
Naroka, very strong. That was back in 2012 when Kenta Momota won the Junior
7.
World Championships
5.
in the men's singles. And of course, he went on to win the Open this year in the 2018 World Championships. So
A good line for Naroka to try follow.
yes. Nozomi Okahara did the same thing too. She won back in 2012 and then won the Open back in 2017. So winning the juniors and then winning the World Championships afterwards.
Good trading off of net play and smashes.
8. 5.
There's Lee lifting, going back, and Naroka just putting that down the line smash, pulling Lee over too far, and then not allowing him to get to the backhand net shot in
Play.
time. Good reverse slice from Naroka.
Try to redirect
Nice.
the smash. Beautiful net that time
Service
from
over.
Li Shifeng. But it was during the rally where he's trying to find the openings. He has to go across to make Naroka not keep going on the straights.
He does. I agree. I think he went straight an awful lot in the first game, and I think he's got to open the court up. It means he's got to run a lot more too, but I think that's just the way he's got to go to open up and move Naroka around a little bit more. And that's one of the first net shots we've seen Naroka miss. You know, it wasn't overly tight. He just didn't get that one over the net. Maybe he's a little dent
Thank
there,
you.
here and there for Lee to take advantage of.
Left.
Well, just over 31 minutes of play here in the second game.
Naroka just in between rallies. He's very slow paced. Sort of takes his time. You know, he's not getting all fired up and jumping around.
Play.
Well, his
Right.
style of game too, he has to conserve his
Yeah.
energy. He really does. He looks sometimes tired out there, but he really just keeps pushing and going. So although sometimes it looks like that,
No, I think that's his. I think I agree. I think it's just his style is just to sort of conserve every little bit in between rallies. Don't waste it.
Service over. 9-6.
and you see his mannerism too around the court. He is more of an open player kind of thing. It's not just a junior. He knows what it takes. He really thinks out there and changes it up often.
Good
Oh.
hold.
Didn't go over though, but
No.
that was the right shot from Li Shifeng.
10-6.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Naroka sort of jumped back, looking for the clear, and
Naroka was going in the wrong direction, but too tight. Skies it to the back again. That fantastic lift off the net. Nice and fast and out
just
the
missed it.
side.
Yeah.
11-6 interval.
Naroka really taking control of this match now. Nice and steady, waiting for his opportunities. That goes out the side. He won the first game 21-11 and leading the second 11-6.
Twenty seconds. 20 seconds. Coach. Coach. Eleven, 6, play.
Well, Lee's going to have to come back with some answers here for the second half of this second game. Beef up his consistency a little bit
12,
and
6.
put some pressure on Naroka. Right now it's Naroka's game.
Again, it's the
Service
mistakes
over.
that can't creep in because we've seen it many
7,
times if you do
12.
that. But definitely the Japanese really look solid out there right now and really controlling the whole match.
Yeah. No, I agree. Whoa.
Service
And there's
over.
that net shot taken high and tight,
7.
which considering the shot earlier that Lee hit was deceptive enough, I would have thought Naroka might have jumped back a bit more, but it was a good shot. Nice.
Excellent angle. Very
Service over.
beautiful placed Li
Eight.
Shifeng.
13.
And with his height, when he can get those angles in the coming across, it's very hard to do.
It's his best shot, but it's tough because it's got to be accurate. I mean, it's really, again, like
Thank you.
Naroka's making him hit
Yep.
shots right by the lines. And it forces him sometimes to miss it. But those cross-court attacking shots are probably his best weapons against Naroka right now.
Well, a quick change of the shuttlecock. Use a few tubes in every match.
Play.
Sometimes you can get away with a bunch of rallies. Sometimes you can get away with one hit, and yeah, you'll need to change it.
Yeah, if you're paying for them on your own, you're probably not changing them quite as much.
That's right. You keep using them until they hardly fly anymore.
Yeah, little nub.
13.
But these are the real feathers. It's cork. Takes 6 geese to make one shuttlecock.
Yep. From the left wing.
Yes, much stronger side. Better way to fly.
Yeah.
Big smash right at the hip. A good one. Again,
Service
Naroka.
over.
The explosive power, every once in a while, you'll just see it
14.
bang, and then other times it's
9.
just patient, run it down. Mixes it up so well. And there's a Japanese team.
And he's, in this particular match, he's just more consistent at this point than Li has been. There's that cross that Li's going after. Yeah.
Perfect placement. Oh,
Service over.
And that's really the only one of the
10,
main combinations we've
14.
seen Li use that work right now is that cross-court attacking
Thank you.
drop, followed up by something else that takes advantage of Naroka being out of position. But that's his bread and butter right now.
and he's coming in so quick. I mean, if Naroka can get his racket on it and redirect it, he's in total trouble. So it's all or nothing right now.
Yeah. There it is again. Not as tight or tough a shot, but
11.
wins the rally just the same.
14.
Again, he knows he has to do it now. Nice and steady now. It's
Nice.
across.
Whoa.
There's a high, deep lift.
It's a good rally.
Oh, just holds it for the last second, but Li able to get it back.
Great
Awesome.
rally. Yeah.
Awesome. Watch
Service
out.
over.
He slows down the
15,
pace during the rally. He
11.
speeds it up. That's what he does so well. And incredible shot. Nice, deep smash.
Yeah, and it's like it's like Li was not necessarily expecting that straight down the line smash. He kind of headed back to center, expecting something maybe a little easier.
Thank you.
Well, again, always
Yes.
mixing it up, always guessing, and that's the key. I mean, it's kind of cat and mouse for a little bit, and then
Yep.
it's take it to them and watch out. "39 minutes on court in the semifinals. It's the last men's
Play.
singles semifinals. Naroka won the first game, 21-11, and leading the way, 15-11.
That deep lift again by Naroka.
Oh, around the back. Not good enough, though.
Service over.
Got himself in trouble.
12.
Caught on that.
15.
Couldn't quite do it. Just at the pocket.
Yeah.
Play. Play.
Good roll. Tight net shot by Lee.
13, 15.
Not much Naroka can do with that one. He's coming in. Nice safe backhand. Just tips the tape. Well, Lee's within range, 13-15.
Play.
Slowing down the game again, 41 minutes, but trying to take some breaks, and that's right into the corner.
Wow.
Perfect shot.
Service
Naroka
over.
comes in nice and quick.
16, 13.
But you're right, Mike. He takes his time in between the rallies, nice and steady. And
It's very methodical. Not a full smash by Naroka, but just enough of something to throw off Lee, maybe a slight change of pace.
whoa, late line call on that one. That was tight. It's hard to see. The lines people are.
Yeah, our
It's
angle
not an
is.
easy job. I'm not sure. I might have called that one out.
I might have too, but maybe it's our angle. Lee's not saying much about it, so must have been all right.
It's so quick. It's so hard to see, and it depends what angles it comes by. But Naroka takes that one. That time, that's
Yeah.
well in.
Yeah, he was waiting for that, the smash to that spot.
19, 13.
I think
Naroka.
he senses the win. Oh, different serve.
It's always good the last bit to have something different, but that's out the side. Well left.
Service
You always want
over.
to save a few different things at the end of the game, I
14,
think, just to play it in
19.
and out. And
Yep, finish it
Confident
off
of-
something a little different, unpredictable.
don't want to use all your tricks at the beginning. Big, powerful smash. Ooh, that
Oh.
time that was out.
15,
What do you think on that one?
19.
Yeah, you know what? That was out. I'd call that one out.
All
I
right.
think Naroka was looking at the umpire for maybe an overrule, but didn't get it.
You can overrule,
Yeah.
but you have to be pretty sure what to do that. You see
Yeah.
it once in a while, but it's more the lines people that get it done. Nice and steady, coming down to the middle of the court now, not going for the lines.
Well, a few misses by Naroka.
16, 19.
3 points in a row for Li
Play.
Shifeng.
Long rallies. I mean, I don't think Naroka is overly. I don't think he's missing these because he's tired. He's probably just sensing a possible finish of the game here and going for it a bit more.
I think so too. I think he just needs to refocus and get back on his game plan and there bring it in a bit more. Right at the hip. Very
Oh.
smart. Oh,
Wow.
wild
Lee.
out the side. These are the mistakes you can't do now.
No, he's letting Lee
17,
see an opening here.
19. 10.
But it is a bit of a change. He wants to finish it off. He sees openings, and it's a slight change of style that he's been using up to this point. He's been a little bit more patient, rallying around, looking for the openings, and not jumping them. And to this point, he's speeding it up again. Again, I think he's sensing the win and trying to finish it off a little earlier than he
Play.
has been up till now. Whoa. Great cutoff by Li.
18.
Slightly shorter clear by Naraoka, and Li jumps on it. And good on Li for sticking, you know, not losing his confidence. Good cutoff. And Li is holding strong. He's had some bumpy shots that haven't gone his way, and
Thank you.
he's held strong. 18-19.
Well, it was 13-19, and you do make these mistakes. Mentally, this is where you have to just keep focused. Don't go for the lines. You made it to 19. You're doing the right things. Don't change up.
Yeah.
Play.
You know, I always tell my players the same thing. Reverse the score in your head. Pretend you're the one down. You can't afford to lose a point. You just play that little
You can't
harder.
relax. You can't
No.
relax. Every point counts, and we've seen so many comebacks, and that this is where he has to do it now. Nice and steady. See the angles. They're not going for the lines at the moment.
Oh, dear.
19 apiece.
Yeah.
19.
Just a few misses
Oh.
from Naraoka and a few missed opportunities, but he's just, he's
Well, Naraoka,
sensing the end of the game there, and we'll see.
he was dictating this second game. He was in full control. It was 19-13. Gives that Li a little bit extra confidence, hitting out the sides, another few mistakes, and then all of a sudden it's changed around and it's tied at 19 apiece now. 47 minutes of play. Naraoka won the first game pretty handily, 21-11. He would like to finish it in 2. Is it slipping away? Great net shots, waiting for that opportunity.
Whoa, great defense.
Oh, what net, and it's in.
Oh,
No
Wow.
way.
Game
Li
point.
Shifeng
19.
gets his racket up on it. Now he has game point. Coming back from 19-13.
There we just see the brush off the net by Li, poising, waiting for it, and pounces on it, and just keeps it in.
7 points in a
Thank
row.
you. Okay.
Yeah, you know, I think Li, I don't think a lot of this is Li's doing. I think that Naraoka has changed his style a little bit. Li has been pretty consistent. He's reduced his mistakes, but he hasn't radically changed his game plan. I think Naraoka has sped things up a bit and tried to rush it. Perhaps might have been to his advantage if he didn't make the mistakes. And Li's just held in there. He's cut down his mistakes, and it's paying off.
First game
Play.
point for Li. At the body now. Nice and steady. Oh, hits the net. Li Shifeng pulls off the second
Second
game.
on by Li Shifeng,
Great comeback.
21-19.
Well, there's confirmation of the score. 3 games we're going to have, 21-11 for Japan, and then China. Li pulls the second one off, 21-19.
The last rally, just that net roll or the net tape helps out Li.
20 seconds. 20 seconds. Final game. Level. Play.
Well, we're into the final game of the World Junior Championships. On the far side, it's China. They came back in the second game. Li Shifeng in blue.
Service over.
Well, Kodai Naroka on the near side in white.
One.
Won the first game
Love.
21-11. Second game, China won 21-19. We're in the final game to see who goes on tomorrow's final. Well, Naroka, we saw 13-19 lead and blew it.
Well, I always remind my players, Lin Dan lost with a 2013 lead over Lee Chong-wei, so if he can do it, anybody
Exactly.
can, right?
Yeah, that was at the Malaysian Open a few years back. Yeah, it was incredible.
I tell my kid, you're the same as Lin Dan. I can live with that.
Yeah.
But it's tough because, you know, Naroka, he just went after just trying to finishing it off, you know, do the last few finishing off power shots, and it sort of backfired on him, unfortunately for him. And Lee, on the other hand, reduced his unforced errors and managed to keep things in the court better. So it was a real change from both players.
Well, now being really steady on court, lots of clears right to the back. Both of these players, again, punishing each other.
Yeah.
Waiting for that time. Now they're not being focused, trying not to make those unforced errors that we saw at the end of the second game.
And in most cases, these shots are about 2 or 3 feet from the corner, except for that one. But they were, you know, clearing back and forth, keeping it within 2 or 3 feet away from the corners, just not to make anything, not to make any unforced errors, really.
Well, what a crazy rally that was. And Li Shifeng takes the first point. Hard fought. I don't think we can see those rallies over and over again. I'm not sure,
No.
but really punishing both players. It's not one or the other dictating, it's both of them working that hard.
They're both going to feel equally nasty, but I guess it's who wants to run more and who can keep it up.
Is that why you didn't play singles?
You bet. That's exactly why. Oh, wow.
Amazing. He drops his arm a little bit on that. And
Yeah.
just the disguise, it's a beautiful shot to see.
2-1.
I feel like I need to stretch my calves out too.
That's right.
What a hammer cross court on that. Waiting for that. Lee really took it to him.
2-all.
Yeah, I think Naroka thought it was going straight down the line at first. There's a little bit of a pause, which gave Lee's shot a chance to hit the floor first.
Have to be getting tired right about now.
I feel like both coaching teams said the same thing. Rally your opponent around.
Exactly. Be steady, wait for those
Right.
opportunities, but this is incredible. Watch out. This is the drill that we did Yeah, here we go. Your turn, my turn. Front to back. Oh,
Wow.
lucky break, hits the tape.
Service over.
Looked like Naroka just sort of stopped partway through that rally. Okay, here.
Three,
Lobbed it to the net.
2.
Little hand on the hip.
Just like on.
Watch out. Just tumbles over. And
Play.
both are tough enough to not ask for a drink at the moment. Waiting till I really
Yeah.
need it.
Whoever asks for a drink first loses.
Tough it out.
Yeah.
Great smash right at the body. Puts it away.
4, 2.
Yeah, this is with this much running and this length of a match, you start to get a little soggy sometimes, and just get caught on the occasional shot that you weren't getting caught on earlier on in the match, and they have to try keep sharp on, you know, in these instances.
Yeah, this is when it really makes it, like you really have to focus, just maybe not so tight. You have to bring it in because you can't make these easy mistakes. And it's tired mistakes, it's natural, but that's when you really have to think differently.
Yeah.
5,
Again, especially in
Go.
women's doubles, we played a lot of half courts because then the rallies can go on and on and on. And that's when you learn, even in the rally, you kind of take a break almost. You send it back and you kind of get that breath and then you go at it hard again.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit like the men's singles as well. Comes in nice and quick, the long
Service
reach
over.
right at the net.
3, 5.
Yeah, good cross court. Yeah, you're right. He just gets in there and stretches out. He's getting Lee's
Fair.
getting Naroka a little out of position, a little bit more. Partly because Naroka is just a tad slower because he's so tired.
4, 5.
And those are the mistakes at the beginning he probably wouldn't make, but you can still go for him, but just bring it up a wee bit more.
Yeah, I mean, at this level, you know, non-super athletic people are sitting there with their hands on their knees, sort of gasping for breath. You'll see the tired factor in these two, just in the occasional mistake that you didn't see earlier on in the game. I think that's the first long serve we've seen the whole match.
Oh, great touch by Lee. He really comes in nice and high.
5, all.
Well, they're both staying at the hotel where we are. There's different hotels for this World Championships, but all excited about seeing the snow and how cold it is. And here on court, though, very hot. Faster clears from Lee now, trying to mix it up, not give as much time.
Service over.
Different pace on these rallies. Neither player wants to
6,
use up all their
Five.
energy. They have to save it for the length of this third game, so
Kodai.
seeing a lot more of these slower pace but longer rallies.
They must be continuous. Play.
Good recovery by Naroka.
That's out the back.
7, 5. Receiving.
There he is, down on his knees and back in. The key for those is when you go down for that smash defense, you got to get back up fast, obviously, and be ready to go back out of the center again, which he does so well. And he's got a low base anyways when his opponent's attacking. So he's down, back up, ready to go again.
Players.
And when you're down too, you're kind of just watching, like, okay, I'm watching where it's going to be
Yeah.
hit. Like you're almost kind of not bouncing back so quick, but almost waiting and then
Play.
going. That was called
Just
out.
missed it, yeah.
8-5. Kodai. Play.
Tries to go across on those angles again.
There's that
No.
cross again.
It was, but that didn't have a lot of pace on
No.
it. Just placed
Service
nicely.
Yeah.
over.
I don't know if it was because he's too tired to do anything more than that, but it worked.
6-8.
It's not always hard to win it. Placed. Well, they did have a 90-minute battle last week in the team event. Naroka pulled that one off.
I feel like they're trying to do that again tonight.
Try to beat it by a minute.
Yeah.
61 minutes, or 63 minutes of play at the moment. Oh, just hits a
Whoa.
tape. That time goes over.
Service over.
Naroka takes that point.
9-6.
Now with a 3-point lead.
Here's that block. Hits the tape and just trickles over. Easy point.
Service
You'll
over.
like those.
7-9.
Another easy one.
8.
Trying to work his way
9.
back into this match.
Yeah.
Oh, hits the tape that time. Able to get it back. Fantastic gets. So
Wow.
quick.
Naroka looking at the umpire, hoping for a call, a fault call, but Lee just jumps on that net shot and gives it that brush. Tight shot, and Lee comes in and brushes over top of it. You can see Naroka just trying to get the umpire's attention, but umpire's having none of it. 9-all.
Sends it to the back, and that goes long. Now up by 1.
Service over. 10-9.
Again, those tight spinning net shots. It's such a huge part of singles. There's a video on YouTube, I think it's the Victor Axelsen video of him just practicing blocks to the net. Hundreds of shots, one after the other, just
Service
blocking
over.
to the net, blocking to the net.
Yeah, repetition, repetition, over and over and over again.
A
few tired mistakes coming from Naroka, but both players obviously have run an awful lot in this match already. 1 point difference.
And there you have the confirmation of the score. It's 11-10 for Li Shifeng in the third.
Twenty seconds. 20 seconds. Coach. Coach. Kodai. Second. Eleven. 10. Play.
You know, we talk about the fitness of these players. It's not just the fitness for a match like this that goes on forever, but you've got to come up. The winner of this match has got to come up on court tomorrow and do the same thing and be fresh. So it's that ability to recover afterwards, too.
Service over.
Well, Naroka that time coming really quickly to the net, tying it back up at 11 apiece. We're into the 67th minute of play here at the Markham Pan Am Center. It was home to the 2015 Pan Am Games Championships in the badminton event. Tried for a spin at the net. And that's where Li Shifeng is so quick coming to the net. If it's not perfect, even when we saw these really great shots, he's still able to brush it over it. So I think he needs to get him to the back and then bring him to the front again.
Yeah, back him off the net. Lee's jumped on a few of those tight net shots, and I think you're right.
A wild one out the side. Levels it off again at 12 apiece.
12 all.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if one or both of these players in the second half of this game try to close it down with a more attacking style, or if they're just going to keep rallying around and just see who's going to let it go first. Whoa.
Excellent shot at the net. Naroka, this time with a big fist pump. You see him trying to motivate himself. He knows that the second game slipped away, and now you just see him really focusing point by point.
Yeah.
Can't do much with it when it hits the tape like that. Now Naroka up by 1.
Great net play.
Back to the back of the lines.
Yeah.
Li Shifeng, though, in the going cross so a lot, which is really smart now. There it is again. Trying to really make Naroka go to all corners.
You can see everybody's feet are a little bit flatter on the ground, a little less. It's a long rally.
What a battle. Incredible. Here we go again. Right to the very back of the line, taking it slow.
Whoa.
Whoa. Hammers it down.
Yes. Did Lee break a string in the course of that? He did. You know what? I was wondering about that. I thought he broke a string earlier on, but he managed to keep the bird in play.
Excellent rally. Incredible. Watch this huge smash right in the corner.
Yeah. Excellent shot.
Just past 70 minutes now. Taking out some more drinks. Definitely needed.
Naroka.
Well, maybe he didn't break a string. I thought he did. I think that was the longest rally of the match so far.
I think so. And now we're already in 71 minutes. It's 5 hours and 40 minutes of the semi-finals right now. Fantastic matches we've been treated to. The mixed doubles was a 69-minute one to start it off. 13 apiece in the final game. Winner goes on tomorrow to the finals. Oh, great cross court, good get. Fantastic reflexes, here we go.
Umpire didn't call a fault, means the bird hit the net, not his racket. See Narioka doing a little peek just before he hits the bird to see where Lee's standing. Just does a quick look at him.
Yeah, wondering if I should play the drop shot. He does let it drop just a tad too when he's hitting it. So therefore you have to change the angles. You can't hit the same way and perfectly placed. Really punishing Li Shifeng out there.
And Lee trying to shake his legs off, keep the spring in them. He's a little bit slow to get into the net, understandably.
Play.
Takes it to the back of the court again.
There's that cross court again.
Oh, hits the tape, gets it back. Incredible rally. Over and over again. I can feel it in my legs. Here it comes. Watch out. Not quite there yet. Waiting for that opportunity. Just wide out the side.
Missed it.
Too tight. Naroka to take another point. No drinks, just towel. The umpire said, yeah,
no drinks.
That's a little tough, let me tell you.
That's harsh.
I think I should have a drink for them here.
That's right.
You want some water? A little smile from Li Shifeng. Do you not know we're working hard out here? Come on. Just missed it on the line. Now down by 2. Quick change of the shuttle. 74 minutes of play.
Change up serve there.
And a quick one. He was looking for that one. Naroka.
16. Cardin.
That's when he can change it up so quickly. Good quick point. Watch this. Gets behind it, goes cross. On his racket, he could have had it.
Yeah, just the recovery back to center and getting out again for that shot. It's just a little slow right now.
Tries for the cross.
Like Naroka's looking a little bit more for that cross-court drop. He got caught on it earlier in the match, and he seems to be able to get to a little bit more at this stage, and he's looking for it. And it's a long distance for Lee to cover, because if he crosses, he's got to get all the way back into the net from across the court. So it's a tough combination when it doesn't work.
Well, Kodai Naroka cramped up near the end of the game in the team event, pulled it off in 90 minutes. So we know he can go the distance. Fast clears, really changing up the high clears, the faster clears.
Whoa, reverse, yes.
And he's making the difference of mixing up the game right now, definitely. Naroka changing it up. Watch how he cuts the shuttle.
Yeah, it just forces a slight pause in Li. Thinks it's going straight and it goes cross court. It'll be interesting to see if Naroka does the attacking last stage of this game like he did in game 2, or does he just hold off and say it didn't work for me in game 2? I'm going to just keep the same pace I'm doing now and try play out the match this way.
No, I think he does need to keep attacking though. It's working, but yeah, maybe just those mistakes at the side of the court.
Yeah,
kind of that. You have to again. I think it was a lot mental too.
Just a little anxious and overdoing
a little
it.
anxious, and then all of a sudden it falls apart. But now he seems more focused, and I think he waits for his opportunity. There's a quick one. He hasn't done that in a while. So
yeah, and I don't think he's going to smash. Like I think he smashed a whole lot. A whole lot towards the second half, or the end of the second game, and I think he's still playing with pace and still knocking it down, but not trying to full-on blast away as he did towards the end of the second. But I think you're right. I think it was a little bit of trying to close it down quick, and got rushed or rushed himself.
But now just the way he's playing, he's thinking, changing it up and waiting. That last flick serve even, he hasn't shown it, and then all of a sudden he has a few little tricks at the end, but he has to be consistent doing it. That's out the back.
15.
Oh, the coaches are on the edge of their seats, playing every point with these players. Li really trying to look for the net.
Yeah.
You see him coming up so close.
He's cruising in there. He wants another attacking jump at that net, but he's not getting it. Naroka keeps pushing him off.
And if it's deep enough, it's too hard. It's too hard to put it away, so. There it is, waited for that opportunity.
Yeah. You can see him willing the net shot over. He's like,
yeah, get it going. Naroka, watch the speed, the power in his racket, puts it right at his hip, takes that point, 2 points away now. 79 minutes of battle here on court. Well, they only met head-to-head last week, right to the very end. And we're getting treated another time.
Another long serve.
Not going for the lines now, bringing it in.
Oh. Great shot.
What a smash from Li. Comes in quick.
Good change up.
Li Shifeng waited for that big smash. Comes in so quick and looks for the net. Uses his height so well.
Quick down.
It was a good change up attack at the net as well. You could see Naroka was expecting a shot to his forehand and boom.
That big reach.
Look at him. A little tired after that one.
Ask for a quick wipe down of the courts. We're into 81 minutes now.
Thank you.
Well, the crowd actually feeling the length as well of this game. They're thinking, wow, I'm glad I'm sitting in here, not playing on the court right now.
Yeah. Getting their money's worth.
Absolutely. Quick flick that time from Li. tumbles over, and again, able to put it to the back. That's incredible.
Whoa.
Well done. Goes
Great
cross.
recovery.
Naroka that time gets the point, his first match point. 2016. How do you like that?
This cross court. Great cross court by Li to save the rally, but just couldn't get the follow-up.
Both these guys are playing unbelievable, actually, really going the whole distance. These are the stars of the future right here.
Yeah. I'm sure there's a few adult players that aren't going to be happy to see them thrown in the mix.
No, absolutely. Great to see coming up, and this is our first match point. 82 minutes of play. Kodai Naorko.
So the Japanese and Chinese contingents cheering each player on.
The winner goes into the finals tomorrow. Nice and steady, brings it back. Short one, Li just cuts over it. What a get, goes cross.
Backhands.
.82 minutes. Incredible. Oh, stumbles.
Oh, watch that ankle.
He was going forward. He knew he was going to play net. Changed it. Goes cross on that one. He was about to pounce on it.
Great save by Li just at the last minute.
Watch this. He knew it was going to be a net. He goes in straight. Whoa. Got you going cross. Lucky on that one. Lucky she didn't go over on it.
Oh, boy. It sure looked like he was going to.
84 minutes. One match point Li saves. Can he save another? So quick to the net, and he does it. Naroka, big smile all around, pulls it off. Just needed 2 points. Did it in style. Nice and patient.
Great anticipation on that return on that last serve.
Match on by Kodai Narawaka, 21-11, 19-21, 21-17.
Amazing match.
Thank you.
Miles covered out there, and both of them going for it right to the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's the confirmation of the score. 21-11, Japan wins the first, then Li wins the second one, 21-19, and Naroka pulls this last one off, 21-17, 85 minutes to play. He's going to the finals.
Last man standing.
Well, what an incredible men's singles we just witnessed. 85 minutes of play of battle on court. Naroka able to pull it off, 21-17 in the third. These are the stars of the future. We were treated last week in the team event, 90 minutes of play they battled it out, and Japan leads away 2-0 head-to-head against Li. But Li, what a fantastic match he played. Neck and neck all the way, but Japan to pull it off. Here's some smiles at the Markham Stadium. We've been treated to lots of semifinals here today. The Markham Pan Am Center started off with the mixed doubles. 6 hours of play today. Well, it started the mixed doubles. Kanando and Jamil, 69 minutes of play, 21-13. Then lost 21-23, then won 21-19. Beating number 1 in the world and number 8 in the world along the way. Then we had a women's singles. It was Denmark. It was a European champion. Lena Christopherson pulls it off 2 straight games, 21-18, 23-21. Then we had a fantastic men's singles world #1 and the champion, Badminton World 2-1 against Chen. It was a battle, 21-13 in the third. Then we had the women's doubles. Pearly Tan and Toi Wei, 21-19, 21-19, upset the #2 seeds from Indonesia. Then we had a treat, the 85-minute play. Naroka pulls it off, 21-11, 19-21, 21-17 against Li Shifeng. Well, what an incredible day of the semifinals. Thank you for joining us today for the semifinals. It's the BWF World Junior Championships. Join us tomorrow for the finals and more exciting badminton. On behalf of Mike DeBell and myself, Charmaine Reed, from all of us here at Markham, Canada, keep on smashing. Bye for now.